Latin America. It is an honor to be able to promote this panel here. But I'd like to, without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor to Sandra Regina Afonso from the Forest Service of the Ministry of Agriculture. And I'd like to say that I'm very well accompanied, and I should thank Alisa Bilange, Rafael Savala, because they came to Rio to honor this event and this panel. So I thank you, each one of you, very much. So, and having that said, I'll pass the floor to Sandra Regina, who will lead this panel with all her competence and, well, with all the rigor as I asked her to do so. Thank you very much, Sandra. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Bia. May you all be very welcome to this panel. I'd like very much to thank Bia for the organizing this panel, so we can talk about bioeconomy. And I'd like to thank our panelists who are here and who had the opportunity to come to Rio. We're all here far from Rio, but quite envious. And we have certain panels are from afar. And without further ado, we don't have much time, and we have many important participants, many important participations. We have five lectures here, and I will start by by presenting our first panelist, who is Thais Linhares Juvenal. She is an economist, and she works with a focus on social environmental governance and finance. For over 25 years, she worked with private and public organizations to reach the expansion of the sustainable market and reduce inequality. And she has experience in programs for development and investment in the National Bank for Economic and Social Development. Since 2006, she has been working in governance and finance and climate change, and providing technical and financial support to developing countries, and which includes bioeconomy. She worked in several positions in Brazil and abroad. And since 2015, she leads the work in governance and forest economy at FAO in Rome. So with you, we have now Thais Linhares Juvenal, who will show us the potentialities of bioeconomy and forest for the human development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much for your presence, Thais, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Sandra. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, the Brazilian Forest Service, the organization of the event, Green Rio. I thank Bia. Good afternoon to you all. And first thing I'd like to say is that I am very envious of you, all of you in Rio de Janeiro. You can notice by my accent that I'm from Rio, and really I would like to be there in person. It is a pleasure to talk about forests in Latin America, which is my region, even more so in Brazil, and even more so in my home city. And I will start in order to avoid wasting time. I will not deliver a PowerPoint presentation. I will try to lecture in a structured manner about this concept of bioeconomy and the potential there is. What is the potential of bioeconomy, and in particular of the forest products and the non-wood products, non-timber products. So the first thing for us who live, work in an international level, an additional level of difficulty is to not have a definition of bioeconomy. So depending on the region where one is, depending on the context where one is, bioeconomy has different meanings. So we did a big work of research in order to understand these several meanings, and we came to some kind of a definition, which is a work definition about bioeconomy. And we say that we're talking about processes of production and consumption with the incorporation of technology and innovations and traditional knowledge allow to respect the environmental capacity of the planet, be it regarding the carbon footprint, be it regarding the amount of residues, at the same time that this leads to economic growth and social inclusion. So when we talk about bioeconomy, we're not only talking about technology, we're not only talking about natural resources, we're not only talking about growth. We are trying to actually talk about all of that at the same time, but it is essential for us to remember this. It is bioeconomy, so it is an increase in the participation of sustainable products in the economy by means of the replacement of non-renewable products and also by means of a bigger efficiency in the production processes. So this involves better use of subproducts, reusage, recycling, and it also involves and essentially better life conditions. So we're talking here about the human aspect, all that in order to have better life conditions, and that is why the inclusion of more inclusive production chains is in the center of bioeconomy, based on the core, based on multi-sectorial discussion, even with representatives from Latin America. FAO published this year, 2021, 10 principles and criteria which are desirable for a sustainable bioeconomy. The principles are focused on the axis of sustainability of production and consumption, competitiveness, the social benefits, and the collaborative and transparent governance. And perhaps here the most important point, somehow different from other, is to take into account as well that these products must be competitive. These products must generate value, but they also need to be capable to find their place in the market. So we're saying that actually at the core of this concept of bioeconomy, we have the concept of value chains, which will make possible to operationalize, to operate bioeconomy, precisely the structuring of value chains, stronger value chains. So one point that we think about is where are the biggest potential for a forest contribution to bioeconomy. So when we take a look at the forest from a socio-economic point of view, we know that over 2 million people live close to forests in the world, 2 billion people. Therefore, they have a direct or indirect benefit from their products and services. We also know that the forest sector, that the timber forest sector is responsible for at least 1% of world GDP. But this percentage is much bigger because the sector is quite informal. So therefore, we do not have the right measure of all of the contribution. Therefore, this is an underestimate. Even when we're talking about the timber forest sector, but when it's non-timber, non-wood, we don't have world statistics, and that is a challenge. We know that the rural populations close to the forests, they perceive monetary and non-monetary benefits directly from the forests, which are would be equivalent to something like 20 to 25% of their total income. But to quantify this in a national or even international way, there are not many countries having information. Markets are not well structured, both for wood and non-wood products, or in terms of environmental services, so as to provide more precise data. In other cases, these products and services are generated without integration to the value chains. And the importance is this, is that not only we're not able to quantify, but we are not able or there is not in this process some kind of economic accumulation. And when we lack this process of economic accumulation, then you create an economy which is permanently left aside on the border, and the producers involved in these systems, depending on their position in the value chain, have a difficulty to break up with this poverty cycle. So if on one side the forest works as a dampener of extreme poverty, on the other hand, the low production capacity, the difficulty of having access to market and finances also means a trap for poverty. So the the quantum leap in bioeconomy would be, especially associated to non-wood products, is how we work the market potential, the traditional knowledge, etc., in order to structure, in order to actually move forward in the sense of this market structuring. In the Latin American countries, we know that they have high forest coverage and biodiversity, and therefore they have potential, right potential in terms of products and services having long circuits and even short circuits supplying local markets. The question is how. So when we think about the value chains, I think I think there are 8 critical questions for the structuring of these value chains. So the first one of them, which is basic, is the identification of products and services encompassing products already traded in wider or smaller scale and products with a market potential. So, for example, medicine, essence, and forest fruit, which are consumed in a subsistence realm, they can be obtained in a wider scale in a sustainable manner. Can their production be improved from the point of view of efficiency? Is there added value? And the second point is the innovation potential. Is it possible to have new products? Is it possible to have this use in cascade and the recycling? What would be the increase of value per unit of natural resource? How do you generate value? How do you increase the creation of value per product unit? A third question is, who are the actors, the players involved in this process? So the products are the products obtained by families. What is the structure that is around these products? Is there an association of producers? Will these producers have scale to supply the market? Will they have a possibility to supply the market without loss of continuity? Do they receive remuneration and technical assistance? So we work on the production basis, the identification of the markets. Is there a market? Should we create a market? Is there a local market? If you're moving to a regional market, how do these market forces, how do they affect this local market? How are these trade channels, these commercialization channels? Is there growth potential? Is there quality control? All the matters related to the market. As for the financial matters, financial aspects, is there investment capacity or even investors willing to invest in that market? So the institutional aspects, which are extremely important, we talk very much about formality and informality of production. Essentially, it is a matter of guaranteeing that these producers will have access to training programs, technical assistance, social protection programs that may allow to remain in the activity in moments of crisis. If the value chain is allowing the creation of added value up to from a forest up to the final consumer. So the seventh question is something that that of competitiveness, and this understanding that products have cost structure and they must have competitive cost structures. So it is a matter of understanding that it's not enough have the product to have the product being consumed, to have in a market, but also to understand that it must be competitive in this market, and to understand as well that there are direct and indirect inputs and subsidies in the market, and that we need to alterate this relation. And in this alteration of the relation, the laws of purchase, this consumers, this as important. And in coming eighth is equity, generation of benefits, and if there are net benefits generated to society as a whole. Within this perspective, the existence of public policies and investors that connect with the local communities where the resources and products, non-wood products are present is essential, and we need to work on the training of these communities for the market, and this will provide growth perspectives to this bioeconomy, and understanding that this training is not only a technical training but also the supply of a long-term prospect. And this long-term prospect comes by means of public policies, but also by means of contracts. So trying to establish possibilities of contracts, be it with the private sector or with public sector, and long-term contracts.
So therefore, you may plan and you may invest in your own production. One of the major challenges for non-timber explorers is the lack of information. Most of these products are not classified or subject to parameters that allow them to get into the formal market. In addition, the difficulty to assess volume of production prices make it difficult to build strategies and business plans. So the generation of information is something very important to increase the potentiality to operationalize this market growth. Another difficulty associated to the lack of information is the stipulation of realistic quotas for the business. This is an aspect that affects particularly the environmental market, but it may influence as well non-timber products because in the lack of structured markets, the potential to estimate or assess the value and to make valuations that reveal the potential, but there's a need to test these hypotheses of valuation vis-a-vis the actual possibilities to access the market. I'd like you to summarize due to time constraints, please. Well, some of the recommendations that I would like to give you now to increase in a structured manner the participation of non-timber workers in the economy. The first suggestion is that we should create good governance for bioeconomy, formulating strategies, goals, dialogues, monitoring of activities, etc. In addition, we should draft these indicators in a transparent and participative manner with producers, whether they're at the base of the pyramid or at the top of the pyramid in the form of the industries, to work with the concept of the production chain. And the third point is to take into consideration the connection between the forest and food security. We normally talk not only in terms of how to use land, but also in how to build our diets. The fourth point has to do with technology and innovation, which means that it is of the essence that when we work with bioeconomy, and if we want to grow, we must include biotechnology and innovation. We should also have training programs for local communities as a form to funnel these traditional knowledge, the public-private partnership to encourage production and responsible consumption. And lastly, to strengthen the creation and the quality of research and quantitative information in order to facilitate decision making in terms of investment and the monitoring of the sustainability of bioeconomy. We must understand that bioeconomy goes beyond sustainability. It is a business that has to be inclusive, and so therefore must endeavor to foster all of these aspects to have a competitive market for these sustainable products. I apologize for my exceeding my allocated time. Thank you very much indeed. I think you have shed much light into the subject matter we have to discuss, I believe. Of course, we will have other panelists, but I would like to have some time to sort of gather all of the conclusions that you have. But instead, right now, we'll give the floor to the next speaker, who is Mr. Javier Zarvallo, who is in Rio de Janeiro, who represents FAO as located in Brazil. He has a degree in zooeconomics by Mexico University. He is an expert in sustainable economy by the London University and also other policies by the S. Angle University in England. Raphael, the floor is yours. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Finally, an in-person event. Well, at least partially in person. It was long due. Thank you very much for the invitation and the organizers, particularly UBIA. I'd like to comment that my talk will be divided in two parts. The first one will be a video that shows in a tangible manner everything that Thais mentioned. In other words, how we may work together towards a proper bioeconomy approach. And it is clear that bioeconomy, it is not fashion. It is an urgent need. We must change our food systems, our production systems. Our approach has to be less fossil inputs and more biological inputs, seeking to shorten circuits or circular economy in the case of food products, and also seeking to provide for the coexistence of forests and food production. This video, which we are going to show you now, and hopefully will be ready to be shown. It is in English, but I would like to underscore the main 5 points. The video mentions that we have 5 points as stipulated by FAO. No, this is a series of points that has been stipulated by the United Nations. In addition to FAO, we have other entities, other international entities, particularly one located in Rome, which is the World Food Program. They're both headquartered in Rome, but also we have agencies that work with bioeconomy, mainly the United Nations Program for the Environment, and even the Development Program by United Nations, and in addition, less frequently, the United Nations for Industrial Development, ONUDI, which has bioeconomy as one of its major priorities. And the video shows 5 manners through which the United Nations is endeavoring to work with the bioeconomy. First, to cut down the loss and the waste of food through the enhancement of value chains and by a reutilization of lost food or wasted food, as well as agricultural and animal residue. Second, to find solutions based on biology, such as microbiome and organic fertilizers to help us in producing our food. Third, to cut down on pollution by offering alternatives to plastics and other materials made from fossil fuels. Fourth, to diversify diets through promoting local harvests and crops that might be less known but are nevertheless nutritious, and then restore degraded land, diminishing the loss of biodiversity and also cattle raising. I take this opportunity to comment that this year we begin the United Nations Decade for Restoration of Degraded Ecosystems. A clear example, and very quickly, in Brazil we have 90 million pastures degraded, which must be changed and converted into forests. Here is the opportunity for this. In the second part, following the video of my talk, we'll attain the challenges and hunger conditions, how they have increased following the pandemic. And furthermore, the population in African countries and Asian countries, which are densely populated, that require more protein. And we have to produce this protein for all these folks who essentially are vegan just by obligation, not by need. All right, let's take a look at the video because an image speaks more than 1,000 words. Let's go for it. Thank you. In less than 3 minutes, I gave you a clear picture and a quite practical view, by the way. Now I commit myself to provide you one with subtitles in Portuguese so we may diffuse this video to other audiences. And now I might add that thanks to the pandemic, there have been 118 individuals more in hunger conditions, totaling about 811 million people in hunger conditions across the globe, here in Latin America and in the Caribbean. And thanks to the pandemic, 45 million individuals added to the poverty line. In addition to that, 28 million individuals that are in extreme poverty conditions, in a total of 73 million new poor individuals, if you will, that we have to feed in order to total precisely 326 million individuals who are in poverty condition and in extreme poverty condition. Within these 96 million individuals that are in extreme poverty, we have about 60 million individuals that indeed are in absolute penury and food insecurity and in conditions of hunger. And many a times they are scattered across the globe or else concentrated in certain focal points. It is a job that is a mission for all of us. Not only the government is involved here, the civil society has to take part in this. Furthermore, the impact, the economic impact on families due to the COVID pandemic dropped drastically, and the prices of food products rose dramatically, especially produce and other products from the sea or from agriculture that are more sensible to interruptions in the supply chains and in the retail and distribution. Lower income, higher prices. This is an equation whose result was that millions had to shift into less quality and less nutritional diets with a higher content of calories, fat, and sugar. It is not only a matter of hunger, but it is also a matter of poor nutrition. Lastly, another challenge for these populations in these countries that have an average and low income that are generating conditions for the higher income families requiring animal protein for the first time. FAO estimates that the global demand for meat is going to increase 14% in the coming decade. And the increase in consumption will be led by these new consumers whose demand will increase in about from 80% to by 2050. These are good news for protein producing countries, but we have to change the paradigm in this sort of type of production. I like very much a sentence cited by Julio Verdaguer, a director of FAO for Latin America, in one of his webinars. And he said, well, we're tired of webinars, by the way. And he quoted, he said, cattle raising has a future. Cars pollute, but nobody proposes eradication as a mean of transportation. Instead, we promote innovations to turn these cars more efficient until they reach mobility systems that are carbon neutral, or even we should seek cattle raising alternatives to turn it an activity that's neutral in terms of carbon with zero deforestation. Thank you very much for listening to my words. Thank you for your talk, for your focus. You brought several issues that we will gather and discuss by the end. But now I pass the floor to the next speaker. She too is in Rio de Janeiro, Soraya, who presides Bramex, which is the Brazil-Mexico Chamber of Commerce. She is part of the Brazil-Argentina Chamber of Commerce, and she also belongs to the Board of Entrepreneurs of Latin American Caribbean, and so therefore, Miss Alida Belandi. Thank you, Sandra. That's very kind of you. I would like first and foremost to thank Bia, my longtime friend, for her tireless and impeccable job in promoting bioeconomy in Brazil and elsewhere. And I'd like to share my satisfaction to be part of this board along with Rafael Zavala. And I might say that FAO has been for our business history quite instrumental for defining our goals. And we are inspired by the view that we have here, particularly where this Congress has been located. My lecture has been divided into 5 points. The first one gives us a notion, especially for the foreigners who might be listening to us, about what Latin America really is. Sometimes there is a difficulty to understand the concept of bioeconomy, which has several tones. If you hear Latin America, likewise, is not really understood in its essence, because when we talk about Latin America, we're talking about the Hispanic America and the Portuguese America. And so what you will see, according to FAO's charts, or CEPAL's charts, is that we have excluded in South America the 3 Guianas, and within the Caribbean, we consider only Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. So let us show you now on screen, quite swiftly, what Latin America is all about. And we will also provide you some figures to assess the situation. We dared dub Latin America as, or rather provoking you by saying, poor little girl and rich land for the 21st century. There are 37 countries here when we add the Caribbean and Latin America. and South America and Central America, with a population of 650 652 million individuals, with a GDP of 5.2 billions. Latin America is 5.2 of the total global GDP, and it's 20% of the countries, or developing countries rather. Latin America alone, without the three Guianas, has 20 countries with a population of 637 million individuals, layered in what we called as North America and Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America with 6 countries, excluding Belize, and South America, excluding the three Guianas. Now, why is it that Latin America is called as a superpower for biodiversity? This is crucial. First, because it has the main assets, natural assets that will ensure its leadership in the transition agenda, the energy transition, both wind and solar and biomass. Latin America has, and this is something worth underscoring, the Amazonian biome, which covers 9 countries, 7.2 million hectares, 30 million inhabitants, and 350 different indigenous peoples. The complexity of this biome, as you may see from the social economical point of view, is very big because it represents a fundamental asset for us and for our region. And the Amazon forest, as seen not only as an issuer, but because it not only issues carbon, but also as a living laboratory, and mainly a laboratory that regulates the world. As a matrix, we have removed this aspect, but we will share it with you. The agro-food matrix in Latin America is the most complete one known, both in terms of cereals and tropical fruit and Mediterranean fruits and different types of meat. And the energy matrix, because it is the most renewable energy matrix among all continents that we know. The second part is Brazil's role in the region. We are here in Brazil, which is a promoter that may foster a movement geared toward a low carbon economy and the implementation of bioeconomy in our region. Why? Well, simply because we concentrate here about 12% of the freshwater reserves of the world. Latin America has 20% of the global reserves and 39% of the forest in the planet, tropical rainforests in the world. Therefore, it is an environmental asset and an agricultural and forestry potential with compatibility between agro-farmal production and environmental protection. And we placed in the previous slide quite quickly, why is it that Brazil could be this inducer of a change, not only from the legal framework, but also from the scientific standpoint, where Embrapa has a main role when it develops the industry forest integration program in terms of renewable things, our ecological and environmental laws, which are perhaps the broadest and most encompassing in the world. And in addition, the Amazon Fund and our minister, Teresa Cristina, also took ABC Plus to COP26. So therefore, Brazil has the conditions to inspire or foster other countries. The third item of my presentation has to do by economy and reconstructing and developing our region sustainably. So therefore, these are challenges and opportunity for rural and agro-industrial development in our region, and biodiversity, human capital, and the economy as bonuses that place our region as a strategic global stakeholder and player in international geopolitics. But we now have to understand how to use this privileged position. I will skip several items that I wanted to show you and go directly to some other aspects. For example, with regard to CO2 emission and the occupation of lands. I will skip all of this, but this material will be available for whoever wishes to perhaps go deeper into the subject matter. I will now go directly to item number 4, which addresses the different realities and the different stages of insertion of countries within the bioeconomy concept. We must recall that this subject matter is quite recent in Latin America. Argentina and Uruguay were the countries that were the leaders about 6 years ago in this subject matter. But recently, we had the inclusion of two Central American countries that we chose as benchmarks, which are Guatemala and Costa Rica. And within the Andean community, we have two examples that are contradictory between them. Colombia, which is very well structured in its plan for implementing everything for bioeconomy, and Peru, who has only one legal framework but has no plan for implementing bioeconomy in the country. And so, therefore, we have listed here quite quickly. Peru is part of the Leticia Agreement and of the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty, but Peru has nothing organized with regards to bioeconomy, but has a law of access to genetic patrimony. We have the emission of bioeconomy, quite interesting. Bia, I will give the floor later on to you. Bioeconomy is for transforming Colombia into a living power for a society pushed by knowledge.
So there is the framework of policy, of public policies. You may shift and the horizons for bioeconomy so you can see how Colombia is mature within the implementation of this policy. As for Guatemala, it was the biggest surprise. The studies we carried out, Guatemala structured its program and the national bioeconomy strategy on in October 29 this year, but it is well done work with a holistic and integrated view as Thais showed us in her presentation. Bioeconomy as a strategy, ethanol being strengthened quite much, the production of sugarcane, of ethanol from sugarcane, and it has signed every protocol, international and national protocol and agreement. Costa Rica recently as well, from 2020, their plan is called Avances de la Cuenta Satélite Bioeconomía for the country, and it has layered quite much the inputs and the agricultural production. Argentina, which I mentioned before, and has been for some time working on this concept, even if not in the organism manner it should, but the biological based production are considered solution for the development of the country. And finally, item 5 was the role of banks and regional development and multilateral development agencies in the region. FAO naturally is part of this process. The IDB, CAF, BBNG, CEPAL, and WICA. And I will close by showing the 2050 vision of CBDS, which, as you will see, involve 4 fundamental points regarding what we're mentioning today: circular economy, regenerative, also the production of food, the renewable energy. And I left a sentence here, saying, as Raphael say, this is a quote from Saint-Exupéry because I think he expresses quite much what we're all doing here. The future is not a place where we're heading to, but a place we are creating. The road to it is not to find it, but to build it. And the act of doing changes both the one who does as well as the destiny. Um, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, thank you very much for your words, for the panorama shown about Latin America. I will keep safe comments for later, and now I will invite the next speaker, and who has everything to do with the end of her speech when she mentions the bank. So now we brought here Michael Henson, who is from the Inter-American Development Bank. Michael is an expert in Division of Competitiveness, Technology and Innovation from the IDB and is in Brasilia. He has been with the IDB for 10 years and he worked in the Caribbean and also in the Dominican Republic. He worked in public and private dialogue and development of chains of value. And before he worked in the service sector of financial services in the United States and as a consultant of strategies in Brazil and Spain. And now we want to hear from Michael telling us about the credit possibilities and considering this Latin American and Caribbean bioeconomy and all this biodiversity. The floor is yours, Michael, please. Thank you, Sandra. And thank you all for the invite and for this opportunity to share a few ideas on this panel on bioeconomy in the Latin America and the Caribbean. I'll share my screen here. So, can you see? Not yet. And what about now? Is it working? Yes. Great. So, I'll tell you quickly about three things. What we see at the IDB regarding bioeconomy in the region, and secondly, our approach as an institution, and thirdly, a few funding and fostering instruments that we consider relevant in this conversation. So I would like to start with a few bioeconomy trends that we have seen in this region of Latin America and the Caribbean. First of all, a bioeconomy is a concept which is becoming ever more important. It has gained relevance and priority in the region in the past years, and we could even say that is trendy now due to the convergence of several factors, as for example, the scientific discoveries and technological progress in the field of science of life, even genetic evolution, biorefineries, etc., and also the urgent need to reach sustainable economic activities without negative environmental impact, reducing the carbon footprint and reducing the byproducts of fossil fuels, and also the potential of Latin America regarding its biodiversity and the capacity to produce biomass. But we still have certain inconsistencies in the definition, as was said in Thais' speech in the beginning of this session. One of the challenges we find when talking about this is that there is not an official definition, and countries adopt different interpretations that might mingle or be diluted with the traditional agricultural activity. Regardless of the definition of bioeconomy, there are countries that are aware that this new activity which is intensive in investment and in science, technology, innovation, there's certain countries are aware, as like Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Colombia, Costa Rica, which were mentioned in the previous presentation. So, whereas other countries have an interpretation where science and technology are not so stressed, something we see in the region. The politics supporting policies supporting bioeconomy are still in an initial stage. Certain countries are more advanced than others, but I can say that we are in the initial phase of these policies, as for example, um, regarding the digital, as were the digital development policies 10 years ago. Bioeconomy is being boosted in the development agendas in the region. Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay are pioneering countries and leaders in this sector. And there is also a group of countries that has just launched their bioeconomy strategies, such as Colombia, Costa Rica. And there are countries that start to design their strategies, as was mentioned before, Guatemala, which has really made progress, Mexico and Ecuador. And there are cases like the case of Peru, which do not have a bioeconomy strategy, but created a program to fund activities of companies that are considered belonging to the bioeconomy. There are opportunities to improve the provision of such goods. Any countries that might have the ambitions to promote bioeconomy must allocate realistic budget for investment. If the resources are limited, they can prioritize according to different criteria: offer, demand, scientific capacity, or a blend of the ones before. But it is essential to create support to the different phases of development that may allow from the developing a laboratory up to coming to the market. And besides investments in infrastructure, for example, biorefineries and support to projects, there are policy instruments that help to promote bioeconomy and that can be implemented and with relatively low investments. For example, the public purchase of biological based products that was mentioned before, which helps to develop the offer, which is important for these companies that are developing bioeconomy products, or improvement in the procedures for cutting red tape, as we say in the United States, things like the import of genetic materials, for example. Another factor that we observe is that in the universities there are very good ideas regarding the types of product that could be good bioeconomic business, but which lack initial investment in order to validate the product and attract investors. So the support to such initiatives is not necessarily easy, given that in the time frame associated to several products of bioeconomy is longer and intensive in the use of capital than that of a fintech company, which receives this kind of investment more easily. But it is important to have these examples and for demonstrating um, businesses in this sector to show that it is possible to start businesses in a sustainable manner and reduce the carbon footprint. And within at BID, the support to bioeconomy is becoming ever more important. The 2025 vision of IDB promotes sustainable development by means of the reactivation of the productive sector, as in the case of social development and the strengthening of governance and institutions. And support to bioeconomy is related to two of the five opportunity areas according to the 2025 vision. Specifically, on one hand, it aims at using innovative funding tools to leverage investment from the private sector and promote the resilient development. And on the other hand, it aims to support PMIs and endeavorship and development of businesses associated to bioeconomy. In that sense, IDB is making an multi-sectorial and multi-institutional effort to support the development of the Amazon region, as was said in the press release that we have on the screen. even with the recent approval of $600 million for the creation of the Amazon Bioeconomy Fund, as shows this um, press release here to the right of the screen. So this fund has as an objective to leverage investment for the adaptation and mitigation of the climate change impact over the Amazon basins by means of innovative business aiming at conserving ecosystems and biodiversity in the Amazon region, increasing climate resiliency and improving the uh, life conditions in the Amazon countries. This fund that receives resources from the CF, it is a blended, an example of a blended fund, which is also an important trend in the terms of the new funding tools, has high potential to support bioeconomy. And IDB also has issued green bonds, which is another example of a new instrument for funding, which is being used with that purpose. And in that sense, we have the transparency platform for green bonds, as you may see on the slide. And besides, we also have another publication where we try to quantify the economic value and the importance of biodiversity for the Amazon region and for the economy of the state of Pará, and which presents recommendations for the implementation of public policies related to the development of bioeconomy based on the preservation of the native forest and of the biodiversity of the region, which you can see on the slide as well. So, but also, there are other funding instruments and fostering instruments which we consider have a potential to be applied in bioeconomy in the next years. Many of these instruments come from innovation and green innovation, but we believe they are relevant for fostering bioeconomy in the region. And on this chart, you will see a few examples of good practices in implementing such instruments for credit and fostering in other countries. So these instruments include, and I will show this quickly because I know we have time constraints. First of all, for example, public assets or club assets, as we say sometimes, regarding value chains. There are several good practices regarding this in Europe. There's a European Cluster Excellence Program. Another example would be the support of incubation of bioeconomy businesses. We have an example of the city of Los Angeles, United States, fiscal incentives for bioeconomy, innovation vouchers for bioeconomy, excellence centers or disciplinary centers, research infrastructure, which is very important after all, funding of universities and institutions for research, specialized institutions, as is done in Korea, subsidies for green research, grants for subventions for transition to green technology, as is done in the United States and Europe, environmental technology, verification systems, consortiums, networks of laboratories. There are several instruments and which can support so fostering instruments that could really make a leap. And many people who come from innovation, and we believe that by means of these instruments, there could be much progress made in the following years. So that was what I had to say, and now I'll give the floor back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael, for your explanation, for how objective you were. We have, yes, our time constraints. We're ending, so I'll call our next speaker, who is from the Latin American board of entrepreneurs with a big international experience. He has helped other companies and governments institutions in the identification and development of new businesses and in the establishment of investment. So, with you, Mr. Inger Bogler.
Thank you, Sandra. I'd also like to thank Bia, the great leader, who is an ambassador for bioeconomy. We already call her Bia from bioeconomy. I'd like to thank you for this invitation, Bia, and congratulations for bringing this new business model for Green Rio and Latin America within the visual part of this Congress and the in-person part of this seminar. I'd like to thank the attendance of Alida, who is a very important person for us and who made a brilliant presentation as well. The other speakers who have addressed us, such as Raphael, Michael, and Thais, who late at night have been following us. I would like, at the end of this session, to contribute by providing an explanation as to a form of presenting Latin America as being a superpower in terms of bioeconomy, because this is a challenge. Bia pointed this out, and I would like to try to see or take a look at a chart. I don't know whether you guys have this on screen. Please, if you will bear with me, give me a second for me to frame this image properly. All right. As I attempt to deal with technology, I'll ask, what's the logic behind this journey? Well, normally we explain our facts through the traditional things, which is the offer of agriculture, industry, and services, and another part of offer, which are the requirements in terms of private and public economies and the investment economy. However, the world has changed quite significantly ever since we created the concept of GDP by the end of the 40s. Nowadays, rather, we have mostly services, some in agriculture and some part in industry. However, our consumers are ever more seeking sustainable products, products that are in line with bioeconomy, departing practically from a non-sustainable economy based on fossil fuels and linear economies, economies that do not have a closed circuit with regard to recycling and brings about major impact pollution-wise for the planet. However, intense pressure by consumers and society at large makes that folks gear themselves towards circular economies, and from there trying to attempt bioeconomy. And here we dared translate this journey into figures as being one, as societies or Brazilian society particularly that are coming out from a non-sustainable economy going towards a bioeconomy. And you may see quite clearly in this chart which would be elements that one way or another could provide us a picture of what we're talking about. And so therefore the linear fossil predominates. In terms of Brazil, in the order of 60 to 50%. Our circular economy, on the other hand, is there, has been there for some time now, and we have areas where more than 90% recycling is also possible. Nevertheless, circular economy is not only at local level, it should be international. Let me just give you a couple of examples. If we take a look at the circular economic aspects of packaging, aluminum, liquid food products such as beer and soda. In Brazil, we have a cycle of this part in the order of 94%. If we, on the other side, see all the other sides involved in terms of cardboard and paper, we don't have a final figure at national level because we export most of our products. And another society will conduct this circularity. And so, therefore, circularity may be measured at national or international level. This brings about another issue that we have to conform to. I am very happy that one of the next lecturers will address one of the parts that I want to talk about, which is proteins that we're looking at, both from animal and vegetable origin. But within GDP, everything that we are doing with regards to water treatment and water use also is part of GDP. However, we are not calculating this as such. If we glance at biochemicals, most of the processes involved in biotechnology, energy industries, if we take a look in the Brazilian case, particularly the part that has to do with biofuels, this is an angle that has strong sustainability at its economical side. But we also have ecosystems. If we take a look at what a society such as the Brazilian one invests in terms of protection, recovery, control of the environment, where do we see this in the GDP? Society invests in these issues. However, what we list are undiscriminated services, but this is part of a job of preserving an ecosystem or of developing a recovery system. Accordingly, countries that are comprised within this perspective, they have a major part of their GDP. And now we may see what we have said many a times today, and this is where my economy was born, which is animal and vegetable products, and where the food angle and the part that attains human beings and animals and fibers and natural products are involved. And so, therefore, this is the journey that departs from a non-sustainable side and going ever more, getting closer to a sustainable side. If you take a look at the last line, you will see what this represents or what this could represent for the Brazilian GDP. Non-sustainable is between 50 or 65%. And from circularity on, we have 35% to 45%. By making this comparison with other countries, we notice that Latin America has approximately a combination of non-sustainable versus sustainable, different to that of other countries. Costa Rica, that was already mentioned by Alida, has, in terms of ecosystems, a greater area because in addition to insisting in the recovery and control of forestation that has been implemented for a long time, this aspect is much more predominant. On the other hand, if we compare Saudi Arabia, we will have the fossil or linear part in almost 75% of its economy. So even if we have any errors and even if we have to make any adjustments in these percentages, the error is the same for all. Conclusion. What may we be infer from this? Well, we may show that the effort that all have to go under to depart from non-sustainable economies towards bioeconomy. And then we conclude that which is the chapter of my comments in Rio, to the effect that Latin America, particularly Brazil, are not ranking that bad. You may see that 30 to 40% of their GDP that goes from circular economy to the part based on animal or vegetable products within a GDP where this country, the Brazilian country, is among the greatest nations, is 30 to 40%. This may mean, in terms of scale, that's quite interesting. And this scale is the recipient of investments, attention, financing, because it becomes a subject matter that is highly relevant. And as a result of this, Michael and Thais have shown us a bit which are the instruments that several entities seek to look at things from a different angle. Ever more we see financial and financing initiatives are contingent upon on ESG compliance. We're talking about sustainability, but also sustainable bioeconomy. And this makes Latin America nowadays a superpower in terms of energy, a superpower in terms of economy, and in terms of mineral production. And here we find major challenges, which nowadays, in most cases, these are part of linear economies. And this is where we also have to confront our challenges for this transition. I would like, therefore, to thank Bia and Sandra, who has been coordinating this side of the seminar, and to congratulate the other speakers for their participation. The thesis that I am launching here was published on November 19th on LinkedIn, dubbed as The Great Journey for a Sustainable Bioeconomy. Whoever wishes to visit this site may go to Visionary Dialogue or by my name at LinkedIn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed to all of you. I have been invited now to proceed with the closing of this panel, which is too bad because we would like to linger on, listen to all of you guys. Nevertheless, I want to use this time to show and to talk about a bit of all of that was said here, ever since Thais's comments bringing us the issue of the concepts of bioeconomy, the importance of working on the links between food security with economy and forestry, and the challenges presented by Luisa of all of the issues attaining hunger and poverty. These are aspects that have to be borne in mind. That is to say, the whole scenario that was brought very kindly by Alida when she mentions the FAO example. She brought a little bit of a perspective, what is happening in terms of public policies. Michael, on the other side, showed us and discussed several opportunities for financing and publications and literature. And then we had Ingo, who wrapped it up quite well by giving us a snapshot of the bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like then to wrap this up by saying that we, the Forestry Service, along with these partners, well, we have been working and now with BIA's and Green Rio's support, we have been endeavoring to discuss this issue of bioeconomy within the forest. And so therefore we propose this virtual forum that will occur by the end of March, where we would like to now invite all of you to join us, to discuss, to support. We need FAO, we need BID, we need all of you folks to make this forum a reality. And pretty soon at 1600 hours, we will have a debate involving this forum. And all of it that you have said up to this moment will certainly contribute towards for us to use this in the drafting of this forum. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity for being here, an opportunity afforded to me by Bia, and for panelists for all their comments. And I am sure that all of this will be very well used in the several uses and angles that bioeconomy has. Because this is a discussion that was unanimous for all the talks. It's a broad definition and concept, and I think all of you have contributed quite significantly towards this, and we will together bring this for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much once again. I now say farewell to you. I don't know whether Bia wishes to make. I'd like to thank you, Sandra, because you were a wonderful moderator, a devoted one, a gentle and kind one. You did the transition quite kindly, and I'd like to thank each and all of the presentations. I am a strong supporter of the bioforestry proposal. Alida was inviting me to watch the presentation at the stand. It will be a wonderful event. You cannot miss this event. I am a strong supporter of this proposal. Congratulations and thank you very much. Now let's take a look at Latin America in terms of bioforestry.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I will thank each and every one of the talkers, especially you. I think you were in Mexico. She too was in Mexico. All of you who are here attending, please don't go away because this is the moment where a very good panel. I'll just linger here to be a mediator. Thank you very much.
Que a gente encaminha com o maior prazer. Tá bom? Alida, eu vou me levantar só para agradecer. É verdade. Foi fantástica. Muito obrigada. Outro abraço. Ah, você é fera. Ah, meu amor. Posso dar um abraço em você? Ah, muito obrigada. Olha o tamanho que eu... Dá para fazer uma... Não vai dar foto. Abre o meu microfone, por favor, e fecha da Bia. Tá, ele vai ficar de ano. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Prior commencing the next panel, I have a notice by the Ministry of Agricultural, Cattle, and Food Supply. Ministry invites you to share the disclosure of the first report that is being conducted nowadays at the stand of the Agriculture Ministry, which is located at the center of this pavilion. So therefore, this is the launch of the first assessment report attaining public policies right now at MAPA's stand. Please join us.
Depois eu conto as novidades. Tá bom, querida. Obrigada. Não, só os prismas de quem vai falar agora. Tá? Só um minutinho. Diga. Ai, que bom. Claro, claro. Já tive lá, já fiz um seminário lá uma vez.
Cachoeira de Macacu, sexto maior município de extensão territorial, né? 53%.
Você tem que vir aqui no sábado. Vai ter um evento, um painel sobre estado. Eu te insiro. Não, eu vou inserir você com um jeitinho no painel.
Estamos no WhatsApp, pelo
Tá bom.
WhatsApp,
Ok.
o endereço.
Tá, você pode vir sábado aqui? Senão...
Convidamos todos os participantes.
We invite all participants to the next panel that shall begin forthwith: Bioeconomy, Innovation, and Sustainable Production.
Então, queria convidá-los. Vê se você faz isso. Aqui tem teu celular?
Tem sim.
Então eu vou te passar o meu aqui. Tá bom? Muito obrigado. Prazer enorme. Super César, eu queria tanto que vou te apresentar para a Lida. Peraí. Você já botou os prismas aí? Pode botar. Você põe? Nada, um abraço. Tchau.
Show, vai abrindo.
Programa de toda a fauna, um programa só de florestas, na verdade é incorporar realmente essa dimensão da bioeconomia em nosso trabalho, mas, para além disso, como nós somos organização da agricultura e alimentação, trabalhar especificamente a questão dos frutos florestais, né? E a questão das dietas, a questão realmente da introdução dos
É aquele rapaz ali. Por favor. É. Fala, querida.
Gentileza, a Marisa Jaqueline.
Tá.
É que eu estou na coordenação das meninas. A Marisa me pediu para a senhora iniciar o mais rápido possível.
Vamos planejar essas reuniões aí bem.
Ou, por favor, vamos começar a compor a mesa. O próximo painel. Bioeconomia, inovação e produção sustentável. A primeira pessoa que eu vou chamar se chama Cibele Silva.
Eu cheguei primeiro.
Mas você veio no meu coração, é diferente. Cibele Silva, alô, cadê o pessoal que vai assistir o painel? Não foi todo mundo embora, não pode, tem que ficar aqui. Fica aqui, César, pode ficar.
I'd also like to call Mr. Burkhard Harmon from Colossal Fish, Mr. Cesar Borges from Kuramaru, Instituto Soja Libre, and I don't know whether Adrian will be virtually joining us. Can anybody let me know whether he will take part of this panel virtually? I'd also like to invite Rosina Cordero Guerra. I don't know where she is. You can start now, man. It's your turn.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Pessoal. Bom, pessoal, muito boa.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Sibeli Silva. I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land, Livestock and Supply. I work in the Innovation Department, and I thank BIA for the invite to be part of this in-person Green Rio event to talk about this theme, which is important: bioeconomy, innovation, and sustainable production. So I thank very much for the opportunity, and I'm here with Cesar Borges from Caramaru and Bakar Horman from Colossal Fish, who will tell us a little about this theme. And before I pass them the floor, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity. I think we saw several lectures here, and we see that bioeconomy is a mosaic which encompasses several actions, several fronts, but with the same purpose, which is clear, which is sustainability. So, but I would like to remark something, a focus point. We work in this environment of agriculture. And today we had our secretary this morning, our Secretary Halum for Family Agriculture, and we have something which I have called tropical agrobioeconomy. We've had a revolution in agriculture and livestock when we had the Branca carrying out a sustainable production revolution, but I'd say we're close to a new revolution, the revolution of this a sustainable agro bioeconomy. We were at COP26 with the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, and it will be very important to state what we saw there. That Brazil is in condition to confirm itself as an agro-environmental sustainable power. We have solutions, and we have a strong tropical agricultural bioeconomy. And without further ado, to tell us about innovation, I'd like to pass the floor to our colleagues, giving 10 minutes each for their lectures, starting by Mr. Bucker Horman from Colossal Fish. I don't know if he brought his presentation. Not yet. Okay. Hello, where's Mr. Bucker's presentation? He said he brought it. Please, the remote. Now it is here. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Please, Bucker, feel at ease. So I'll keep on in English.
I'd like to thank Bia to be here as Palestra. Thank you very much, Sibeli, to help me with this, to moderation, and Cesar as well to be here. I would like to talk a little bit about the bioeconomy, innovation, and sustainable products. It's a project of Colossal Fish. What my colleague before said, Rafael Savella, as we have to change. We have to change the way of our behavior of the feed of the world. So there's a point of way that how we would be feed the world, as say how we would be the world would be feed in the future. This is what we are going to do. Is we have to think about it. So the mainly production of the protein support is about by beef nowadays and pork and chicken, but also those we have. I'm here, Mr. Aki. Obrigado. The production of the carbon footprint for beef will be 37 tons per 1 ton of beef production. And as well, if we're going to produce pork, there will be 56 tons of carbon oxide and 42 for chicken by the tons of them. In comparison of this will be the 10 tons of carbon oxide will be produced by the production of fish. So this is the reason why we have to change to think about how we can feed ourselves with protein, with animal protein, and to think about what we can change. The demand of sustainable agriculture is nowadays also important, is the feed. How much feed we are going to use for 1 kilo of beef will be produced. It is about 1 kilo of feed, of beef will need to have 7 to 10 kilos of feed. The better conversion rate will be to the chicken is 1 to 1.5. And the best one is obviously is the fish. It's 1-to-1. So that means we have, when we're going to produce 1 kilo of fish, we need to have only 1 kilo of feed. That means worldwide harvest also. That means that we're going to look as well is that we have also the issue that the wild catches, that means the resources of the fishes in the more environmental, that means in the seas, in the lakes, and in the oceans, are decreasing. So it means you can see that we are now, while the agriculture production is now more than in the double of the production of the wild catches. That means the prognosis from the FAO so also means that we are going to have then the production and the agriculture. What is more efficiently is the rust production. The rust production is now more increasing since 2012 and will be since in 2013 about most of the double of the traditional production of fishes. That means the focus of the fish production will be rust systems. But nowadays more than 90% in Brazil, the fishes were produced are in small scales, in small family scales, in artificial, with artisanal, handmade. So that means there's a huge potential for Brazil to be a leader in the fishing industries. But unfortunately, at this moment now, that's the reason why we have only a traditional way of the production of the fisheries, is that Brazil needs to have still now 40% of importation of the fish demand international-wise. Because of this situation, we were in the German-Brazilian Initiative for Cooperation for Agribusiness Innovation. We pushing the questions, what is the best system to produce highly efficient fish with a low energy consumption and low environmental impact? Since 2018, at the meeting in Cologne, at the Agro in Business Innovation, we work on the question, what will be the best fish production, which is reflecting a safe and biodiversity of Brazil, increase the production and save the Amazonian region, opens for small and mid-sized farmers the access to the growing national and international market for sustainable fish products, and as well is also reflecting the ESG's compatibilities. Together with MAPA and the EPDS, Ingo Plöger and Colossal Fish developed the project Colossal Fish. It's a rust pilot project, production technology with the most promising Brazilian fish species, which can be safely produced anywhere in Brazil, as well in Germany, and anywhere where the demand is. It will be a rust production unit, and the pilot project is about 100 tons of pirarucu. We have several units. We're going to phase up the completely value chain of the production units. It means of the production of the eggs, then the hatching of the eggs to fingerlings, then they grow out. That means the fettering of the pirarucu. As well will be included in this pilot project the feed, special feed. We are going to have to standardize the processes, so there will be an enable of certification, and all processes and all value chains will be by a global data management controlled, so that we have complete overview what will be produced, and also an increased what is the demand in the contribution, that means in distribution units and networks. In other terms, we are going to know what are the consumer is going to produce, how much fish he going to need, so we are going to be able to produce it in the right time. The RUS system is able to produce the fish when it's needed. For instance, when we know that we have in March the need of 20% much more of the markets, then we are going to increase the production of the facilities. Also, we're going to reduce it now when we're going to know there will be less demand of the products in June or April. We are able to reduce it as well. So that means all the units, all the RUS systems are able to react directly to the market. That allows as well small business units to be part of the global business. So what will be next in our position? It will be the rollout of the project Colossal Fish. We have 100 tons pirarucu production in 2022. We are going to sign an agreement with the Swiss Agriculture Fund for investments into RUS projects, which will be part in Brazil as well in March 22. This as well allows us as well the access for small units and more small producers to be part in the international market. During this time from we are going in the pilot project, we are able to standardize a process flow to a uniform standard, a protocol for species and a specific systems. This pilot project will be scaled up in up to 1,000 tons in 2023 after we have the successful succeed. And by the meaning of Fernando Schwank, who was at the MAPA, he said that there will be a potential to increase this species of pirarucu in a 10,000 ton production in the Rust systems. That's so far it is. Thank you very much. And I hope I have done my 10%.
Muito obrigado, Buckert.
Thank you very much, Burkert. Congratulations for the project. I believe that it is not only ambitious, but it shows what we need to do, which is to innovate and to provide skill to the innovation. So this project with the pirarucu fish shows we have a potential for to do something which is essential for the future, which is to diversify the food systems. And we have followed innovation ecosystems all over Brazil, and in Rondônia there's a Tambaqui Valley. Why not take a experience like this to the other fish production chains? And you were precise in your time. There was less than 10 minutes, but of course, I wanted to conclude by mentioning something I consider very important, which is that food tech, which is precisely the ingredients of the future, but also the diversification of the sources of protein, because everything depends on synergy. One will not compete, but some add up towards sustainability, and the innovation environment and the startups will be essential. And I'd like to hear from you regarding this innovation environment, the startups that could also have in this project, and congratulations for the lecture and for the project. Well, do 2 or 3 words. Pirarucu has a potential. It will become the new salmon, but salmon is causing pollution, salmon production in Chile. So we have the possibility of make a turnaround of the system. And something else, which is most important, which is the feed, especially of the pirarucu. It is a predator, no doubt, and it requires special food in order to become sustainable, and that is a possibility we have. Thank you. Thank you very much, Buckert, once again. I think we'll have an opportunity to discuss this a little longer. And without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor now to our colleague Cesar to tell us a little about the Caramuru Alimentos and what we can hear from you in terms of novelties, innovation, sustainability, and bioeconomy. Cesar, thank you very much for being here with us. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think we already met in that event. I think it was here, but it was totally remote before. Well, I have a presentation as well, and I think it must be, I suppose it is being placed. Caramuru is a company which was founded by my father. It was founded at Caramuru Street, and we were never dare to change the name. It was founded in 1964, which is the same year of the military revolution, which is called by other names as well. But according to the update, it is a revolution, and we were born in a wood shack, and everybody would pack products in a kilo bag, and we would deliver. I already made the accountants of the whole year. We would do that, and we all worked, started working early, and then no one died because of it. When I was 13, I started work in the accountant's office, and that is why I am able to make accountants so easily. And let's go. And now I have an assistant here, a high degree assistant. Well, those are tiny letters, but everybody mentioned the theory about bioeconomy. I know nothing about theory, and I joined the company in 1974. Therefore, 10 years after it was founded. And through this period, I lived in Sao Paulo, and I studied accountants and bookkeeping at the university, and then I took a course on finance. And during my master's, I was abducted by Camaruro somehow. So it is a family company, and you're not able to say no. And that is where I've been since then. So what we have been doing in the recent years is biodiesel, which we understand is about it has to do with bioeconomy, and besides using the product which comes from soybean, you also it is also a product that is good to the environment. It replaces oil products, and the government reduced the percentage of blend from 20 to 10. But I'd like to tell you that this biodiesel, which is blended with diesel, it makes use of practically the major part of soybean oil. And when you obtain the soybean oil that is used that is blended with diesel in order to make biodiesel, for each 1 unit of biodiesel, you manage to have quite a big amount of crumble, which is good for pork and chicken, and so this is protein. And so when we talk about bioeconomy, we want to talk about dwelling as well. So in a company which was not Caramuru, back there 20 years ago, we managed to find a product. So we have a few figures. The figures are on the screen. You can see it. You're free to. This presentation is available if you want to take a look at it later on. And we are one of the 5 biggest biodiesel plants in the country. We have we profit over 7 billion reais. Last year we exported 50% of what we sold. We did something like $500 million of exports, and these exports, a fair amount relates to non-transgenic transgenic products. So it's not genetically modified. It is not GMO. Thank you, Bia. So that is what we do. If you want to change, I don't even know what comes next. Well, but innovation. Okay. So now we made, we had a funding from FINAMP, this institution which sponsors us for this event. So we got some funding, and the investment is of 115 million. As for the funding, I think it's something like 60 million or so. At a given moment, you don't know anymore what are the amounts, but we made this, but we managed to obtain, when we make this soybean concentrated protein, a product with 62% of protein, which compared to normal bran, which has 46%. So I think this ranges from 44 to 48. When you manage to make 62% bran to feed salmon in Norway. So initially we made this, built this plant in Sorriso, and then we initially we would bring this concentrated protein for it to be exported through Santos, and then we became, we were, Citrus Suco lost their contract in Santos, and then because the product has to be segregated, and we already operated in Santos along with the old Ferronorte ADL and current Roman. But there's not room for all. There is grain, there is bran. So we were exporting this product through Santa Catarina. Then you have Sorriso, and then you go to Santa Catarina. The only place where we managed to segregate, because a non-GMO product has to be segregated. There's no alternative. The client wants it, and this has to be audited, etc. So what did we do? You can call it innovation as well. We made an investment, an important investment, and we went from Santa Catarina to Amapá. We managed to have logistics for that, driving 1,000 kilometers up to Pará, the state, and then we sent it from the truck to the silo, and from the silo to the barge. And we sent it to the port of Santana, where we had a temporary contract, and this year we were given this contract for some more time, and we'll make more investment, and we take the product to Germany, and then we deliver it in smaller amounts at the client's residence the day he wants. So literally, we stopped doing working with commodities, and we started to provide added value products. If it is bioeconomy, then perhaps you know better than me. But we started doing this, and if you take a look at the invoicing of Camaramuru exports divided by tons, I'm certain that our company is one of those with the best total price per ton, because people send us they send raw material to China with a low value, and perhaps China even give it back, because sometimes the Chinese are very keen. They have another way to trade. They're not like Europeans or not like Americans. They have a way of their own. And that does take place, and
we also have about 5,800 soybean producers. And I also said that we process non-GMO. We have a sustainable program. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel here, but rather international clients always bring some new features. They pay a premium price, but they are demanding. They start classifying things. You cannot knock prices down, no matter whether it's legal or illegal. This doesn't come into play. And we accept the conditions because we have to be part of the market, and it's useless for us to antagonize with them or go into arguments. And this Sustenta program, incidentally, was suggested by a customer of ours. I will not mention the name of this customer. It's an important customer that we had. And we thought that we should do it. We conducted this program. We've been on it for about 4 years now. Subsequently, you may join our webpage, www.terramorro.com, and take a look at this program. I only learned about this program about 3 years ago, and when I saw it, wow, this is too good. This is wonderful. This is for the competition to keep their eyes on it because they will want to have this program, but this program is patented, all right? And this program has a means for you to track production harvesting by a highly prized company that had the idea. So they use their own satellites and third-party satellites to track just as the client wishes. And we do this, and we do it very well. As social fuel for biofuel, you need to have your own, or else you are unable to sell practically. And pretty soon, I went by and I found this kid from Goiás who does Ibaru. What's the name of the product that's being shown over there? Ibaru. I ate a little bit of Ibaru. It's a wonderful product. I suggest that you all try it out. And where does this come? This comes from the flatlands. And I lived in these flatlands, and I never ate this Ibaru while I was living there. Wonderful product, by the way. So let's take all this information home. Maybe Caramu resolves to take action along with these folks. We must incentivize home farming, family farming, given its social nature. We already have certified power plants for Renova Bio, which are São Sebastião power plant, and so he's a power plant, and we are now in the final stages to secure certification of Ipamari power plant. So it was good that we have now reached the end. Now I'll tell you the story that refers to the constructive system, which is 20 years ago, I founded the company along with my son because Karamuro didn't want to join in, quite wisely I might add, and my corporation, my company, we never actually made much money, but my son, Bia knows, Ricardo, my son, he has quite an imagination. He decided to go into open innovation, and all of a sudden, we learned about the constructive system. And as we set up this company, dreaming that we one day would be able to substitute fossil fuels by natural oils. And we know that Europe, as of 2030, you can no longer use oil polyurethane. We will reborn after 20 years. But it's not only about this. We found out everything about the constructive system. Folks had been implementing this at home, but our polyols are vegetal. It's not from fossil fuels. Maybe this technology may take some longer time to be implemented in Brazil. I am part of the Futures Forum. I will join a venue next month, and we will work very hard to nominate Paulo Nanelli to be appointed for Peace Nobel Prize winner. And there are a number of other professionals that support his candidacy. But for this, we don't want to talk only about tropical agriculture, because this is what exists in Brazil. But our tropical agriculture is the agricultural culture in the world. For example, when I was 1 year old, my father took me to Parent Estate, Berlandia. I didn't like the place. I was quite angry about it. I asked my father, why are you taking me away to another city? Because, well, my father said, I'm doing this because we're looking for red land. I don't know whether it was you. Well, flat lands are not inherited nor given. There's a saying that Roberto Rodriguez always mentions. And so we moved over there because my father was looking for red earth. And my mother had inherited some land lots in that vicinity. I believe that she sold it for peanuts. And so he decided to go to Paraná and started to do one thing here. He was doing another thing there. He was a dentist, actually, but it was a real drama. I'm sorry. I got carried away with my thoughts. I don't know what I was talking about. Well, the constructive system led us to discover that we are in perfect conditions to build polyurethane. We have a system where we make the plates. We make glue out of soybean oil in my little company in Curitiba. And we built a little house in that tract of land. And somebody went to Germany to look for the constructive system. And this individual discovered, quote, us. And so therefore we are now carrying out a project to make it publicly known that we will construct 2,000 houses for 2022 in Porto Velho in the Amazon region. And we will do this in the land that has so much confusion going on. We will recover the oil that's already been produced. There are already 400,000 hectares of produced land here. We may reach about 1 million tons of production. I noticed within this group that this is possible, and now I am part of a group of scientists. What do you know? I know nothing about science, but I joined as scientists. There's a bank coming along with me, and so therefore I'm quite excited and thrilled about the fact that all of these things are happening. And I hope that my little company, which was founded 20 years ago, begins to yield some profits. And there's a detail here, the company that does the coating. Did I mention the coating here? No. We are able, with specific innovative technology, we managed to produce a coating for cereals using less phosphorus. It is a product that will disappear in the world several years from now, and we managed to do this through nanotechnology. We're conducting our tests. There are some tests being conducted at our laboratories in Goiás, and Caramuru decided to support our initiative, or as I call it, my third corporation, the one that manufactures these coatings. So therefore, FINAPI, lastly, I promise, FINAPI, as we were unable to compete as a company that produced coatings, we selected vegetal polio and we created our own project and we won. We beat all Brazilian agribusiness competitors and we were ranked in the first position. And we, of course, we should be provided a meager 700,000 reais, non-refundable for our small company. This is beautiful. I think this is all I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Caesar. It's good to hear your experience and the experience that Camaro has, which is quite transversal. You have examples from paper with the public-private initiative. You have FINAP aiding you, but also the private sector is also, of course, you have carbon making from cars to seed coatings, all based on soy products. This is more than bioeconomy. This is something quite pragmatic. So congratulations to Caramuru. And you also create food for fish raising. And I came to Rio de Janeiro because we have Sinha Brando, which is fairly known in Rio de Janeiro, which is very good. Congratulations for your initiative with Caramuro. And you are in Renova Bio and CBO, so I'm very happy to hear you. And I invite you to have the opportunity to further elaborate this. There are a number of initiatives that we will work jointly along with fish raising and the pirarucu that has the potential for much synergy. And now I would like to thank the attention of all of you, to thank Caesar Buckhart for his wonderful presentations. And now I make myself available at the Ministry of Agriculture for us to discuss agro, bioeconomy, and practical steps that we may take as multipliers, just like the several examples given here today. I give the floor to Bia. Thank you very much. Sibeli, I'm the one who thank you. It is quite a pleasure to have you as a moderator. I think everybody here will agree. This panel was the jewel that characterizes this event. And we were able to see how innovation, solutions, and sustainability go through innovation, go through the daring of thinking. And Caesar I have known for a number of years now, and there is not one single time that I talk to him to where he doesn't have a tremendously creative idea. I don't know how he manages to do it, but he does it always. Thank you very much, Giselle. This panel was wonderful. We'll keep fond memories. Oh, B is also my guru. I must confess this. She's the one that led me to preside a class institution, an institution that existed for a period of 5 years approximately. I think I was the only president. And she convinced me. She's not the only guru that I have. I also, Vera Jen Grandi, already deceased, who was my guru, and took me, or led me, to join this corn association. Well, I am quite shy myself, so I need somebody to give me a little push. Thank you very much. Please don't go away because we have another panel in progress.
Boa tarde. Vamos começar em instantes o painel ESG e internacionalização, aqui na arena de palestras, no fundo da exposição. Participe.
Alô? Alô, alô? Ça va? Français? Oui, français. Moi j'ai trouvé. Je vais avoir un petit accent aussi portugais. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I will set up the board to conduct this panel, a panel that is being broadcast by YouTube and by Greenery Online. Sitting on the board, I have Richard Gomez, Felipe Denise, Luxembourg ambassador. We also have online Lucia Guzmano from OECD and Ilgo Melcher from ADS. Let us now commence. In order not to delay the last panel of the day, we shall begin by calling Lucia Guzmano. She will join us virtually on screen as soon as possible. She may start. Then we will talk to Richard Gomez. I think he has to leave a little earlier. And then we will continue with the comments of other participants. Well, thank you very much. And I now give the floor to Lucia for her to start the panel. Thank you. Lucia, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you, and I hope that we will soon be able to gather in Rio for the next Green Rio edition. In fact, what I would like to comment with you beginning this panel relates to the increasing importance that we see at the international level in relation to environmental, social, and governance criteria, and the implications that they have for the activities of investor companies, including small businesses worldwide, and in particular with their activities at the international level. The theme of ESG is certainly not new to these days, and we can somehow relate it to some urgency at the global level to address a very important financing gap towards achieving sustainable development goal. If we look at pre-COVID, the total investment gap that was estimated annually to achieve the SDG amounts to $2.5 trillion, which is even hard to really imagine in a figurative sense. And this gap, if anything, has certainly increased during the COVID crisis because finances have been very much under strain, because there has been a drop in portfolio investment worldwide, in foreign direct investment, but even, for instance, in the case of remittances that in some countries are an important source of funding for investment. And so the COVID crisis has somehow contributed to bring back in the agenda the question of sustainable approaches to investment with a new urgency. So the SG investing is gaining a new traction worldwide, and of course, it responds to some interest that investors increasingly see in global markets. to seek long-term value as well as alignment with sustainable and climate-related objectives. But there is also a very important pressure that is coming from society, that is coming from different communities, stakeholders, consumers, and from the regulator. And when we talk about ESG, it's certainly not only environmental issues, although these have taken a new importance also in the tail of the COP26. But we're also talking more generally about some social responsibility with regard to wages, working conditions, but also governance aspect of the company, transparency, business ethics, compliance with fair competitive practices. And ESG compliance, early evidence, even in terms of quantitative assessment, shows that it can bring advantage to companies. So it's not only a cost for the companies, as it typically happens when there needs to be a transformation and greater reporting requirements. Evidence shows that when applying ESGs, financial performance of companies can improve in terms of cost of capital, operational performance. There is a positive effect also in terms of value of shares. And certainly there is a positive element with regard to the market positioning, the reputation, the attractiveness, but also the well-being that is perceived by, first of all, the employees, but also the managers, as well as other stakeholders. And ESG are increasingly important when we look at operation in international markets. And one of the reasons is that they are actually being mainstreamed increasingly across countries. So it's no more just a matter of voluntary compliance. We have already the cases of some geographical areas or political areas like the European Union, where regulation is making mandatory for asset manager, venture capital, private banks. So the focus is on the financial institution to disclose how they are complying with ESG requirements through their regular reporting. The UK, for instance, is another country, the first G20 countries that as of next year will require both financial institutions and large companies to disclose climate-related financial information by law. So for companies that are operating in international market, again, this is becoming a sort of requirement that may risk endangering the positioning and the opportunities international market if not met. However, when we talk about internationalization, there are also challenges in ESG applications, and this is an area on which the OECD has been conducting substantial work. And the reason is that we are still far from any homogeneous definition, or a consistent definition of what are exactly the criteria, how compliance with these criteria should be measured. As usual, the devil is in the detail. So there is a large variety of approaches, there are data inconsistency, and there is generally a lack of comparability in the criteria and in the rating methodologies. So of course, this creates further cost, further issues for the companies that need to operate in the international market. And this is where the OECD is making a strong call for international cooperation in this area and for aligned metrics. So cooperation to define some common ground when it comes to measuring ESG and applying ESG. And when we talk about ESG, we typically think about large companies, financial institutions, because it's true that these are the main object of also the new regulations and are the main actors that are entering this space. However, we already see that this is trickling down also to smaller enterprises, especially in international markets. And the reason is related to the supply chain relations in the local and in the global value chains. So when large companies, they commit to ESG, often this means also that they commit to foster good practices along their supply chains. And in some cases, it's supplier contracts that already include some requirements that relate to ESG. So even if not directly the main target, the smaller suppliers are already part of this transformation or need to be part of this transformation if they want to be competitive in national and global markets. And then the other channel through which ESG are trickling down to smaller companies is that of the financial and credit markets. There is already evidence that banks are dropping clients that they believe or they find are at ESG risk, so that may present some risk in one of the dimensions. We see that when ESG compliance is not there or cannot be proved through appropriate disclosure, as it is the case for many small companies, there are higher prices or a higher likelihood of loan rejections. And we see also some financial institutions deselecting entirely some industries because they are riskier from an ESG point of view. And this, we believe, it's a very important aspect to consider because sustainable finance is crucial for small businesses to succeed in the green transition. We have been looking at survey data and research, and it's very evident that lack of financing is one of the main challenges that small business, also medium-sized enterprise face in the green transition. And what we currently see in recovery packages is that aspect is not yet entirely addressed. So just to close, I would like to share with you that this is going to be one important area of activity of the OECD. We just launched a few weeks ago at the OECD 26 in Glasgow, an OECD platform on financing SMEs for sustainability, which aims to facilitate, to encourage dialogue and knowledge sharing among all the actors in the ecosystem of small businesses. So this is small businesses themselves, it's governments, is banks, public, private, is policymakers at different level, but also larger companies that have small businesses in their value chain, and discuss on how better conditions for enabling SMEs to access finance for sustainability can be fostered. And this inevitably is going also to touch upon the important question of ESG requirements and how better the system can be designed for smaller businesses also to play their part in the sustainable transition. Thanks a lot.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Lucia. I thank you for the international participation, the important collaboration from the OECD. It is knowledge always present when it comes to sustainability of small businesses and ESG. I thank you very much for the contribution. Now I'll move on with Richard Gomes from Business Friends. Then I'll pass the floor without further ado because he has time constraints, he had told us before. So in order to avoid any delay, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I will not leave the French way. I'm telling you that I don't know. It is a pleasure. I'm Richard Gomes. I'm director of Business France here in Brazil and for Latin America. And Business France is a public French operator which helps French businesses to export to this market. The Brazilian market is more important than the Chinese market for French companies. There is more French investment in Brazil than in China. So we have another role, which is that of attracting you, which is say Brazilians, to the Brazilian market. and that is more difficult. We have less Brazilian princes, the presence of Brazilians in France nowadays, and I hope it grows. And I'll sell what I have to sell here. So I said who we are. We have all these tasks, but today is more important to talk about the investment can be made in France. Business France is 1,400 people in the world, 800 of them abroad, and among those 800, 25 here in Brazil. And we have collaborators we're present in 114 countries, either directly or indirectly. France, the land of investment, as I said, this is very good, and I'm not the only one who says this, but the figures speak their own, and this was in 2019, 2020, what was published. Let's focus on 2019. France became the first country of the European system of companies out of Europe, be it in the industry, above all in the area of research and development. You can see France became the first one, almost twice the other one, which is the United Kingdom. And those were the numbers of 2019 and 2020. Most important you have, or that you have to bear in mind, is the growth France has had. This yellow line has been growing since 2015 and is to grow strongly. And today it's 3 years in a row that France became the first one in terms of foreign investment out of Europe. So it is 30,000 jobs that were created, and over 35% of the industrial projects coming from Europe had France as a destination. Of course, you have so Paris is the first zone of investment. It is the capital city, but in the region of Lyon as well, which is an industrial zone which attracts much foreign investment as well. And why? Because France has 67 million people, because Brazil, you'll find it is not much, because Brazil has 3 times more population, but it is important to know that those 67 million are open for 500 million, which is much of the international GDP is concentrated in France. So the time and hours to travel between European countries is very, very little compared to Brazil. And so France is the first country in the world in terms of efficiency of transborder commerce. So if you're in France, you can sell easily out of the France, Italy, Germany, and England. The first concentration, international concentration, in Paris, third in the world, and then we have Beijing and Tokyo, and the second most attractive city in volume of international investment, according to KPMG, in a study from 2019. Why? Because France did a lot of work. We did our homework. We reduced tax rates for companies. And we created a more flexible labor market to reduce the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate is lower than prior to the pandemic. It has already recovered the situation there was before the pandemic. So we are at 8% unemployment, heading towards 7%, and we have an investment of 15 million euro for fighting youth unemployment, and also we are being given this administrative certification. We're cutting red tape. We managed to achieve this goal, and more important, there is a development plan that France launched of 100 billion euros, which were put of investment, amongst which 30 billion, which is to say 200 million real, are designated to ecological transition and energetic, which this is one of the biggest investments ever done. And France wants to lead this process at a European but also world level, and making its bets on green hydrogen as an important source of transportation. And France is an innovative country. There are 15,000 startups in France, and above all, 5.4 billion euros that were invested in 2020. So this growth of investment that is done in startups is enormous, not only in French but internationally speaking, and that is because of the CIR, which is Crédit pour Recherche, which was considered the best fiscal credit in Europe. Not me saying it, it was a study saying that this credit is a fiscal advantage that is provided when you invest in French companies. And this credit provided much value and importance to investors who invested in startups, but also in larger companies. And last but not least, as our northern neighbors say, we have 53 clusters, and this is an experience that could be interesting to replicate in Brazil, to create clusters of universities, laboratories, everything related to a theme. And we have 53 sectors, which we call sectors of the future, where we create these clusters that make the life of companies much easier, all working together, public and private, in finding solutions for the future. And this is my last city. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for... and now I have to leave. Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. So in 2022, we can bring French Rio promotes Brazil, Germany workshops and meetings. Perhaps next year could be Brazil, France, perhaps Brazil, Luxembourg. I accept it. And Parex is the site of the OECD, which was the theme of the previous presentation. Now, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to remark that the panel is being aired live on YouTube, Zoom, and on the website of greenrioonline.com.pr. So we have a hybrid digital community here. A fair amount of the audience is following it wherever they are. So moving on, I would like to thank Congressman Cristino Áureo, present here, always present in Rio. Cristino, actually, before Green Rio, since there was a Hotel Gloria on the other side of the street, it's been almost 20 years that we started with this work. And Cristino Áureo is federal congressman, director of the area of credit of the FPA, member of the Agriculture Commission of the National Congress. He came from Banco do Brasil, and the floor is yours, please. You may speak. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be back here to Green Rio. I'd like to, especially on behalf of two people who were those who conquered me. It's been some years, and from this conquest came a friendship that became stronger throughout time, and which is also, and it is also always a pleasure to be able to meet with these two people, which are Rosina and Bia, who you already know that wherever they might be, whatever they might be doing, I'll be somehow present, be it physically as at this moment, be it by virtual means or spiritually with my energy, my rooting for it, whatever I can do. So Alvaro's presence, and also is part of this heritage, and I have throughout time remembered the importance and the relevance of us always having the renovation of this persistence you've had throughout time. I'd like to greet Felipe Diniz as well, representing Luxembourg. I'd like to remark the role not only of this event, but of this crusade that is carried out by you in the sense of placing the state of Rio, even though it is a national brand and an international brand, it still need this, and brand has to be used correctly. So several producers who are here represented from the state of Rio and from Brazil may have the possibility of showing to the world a face of Brazil that it needs to be remarked. Brazil has an agriculture with a possibility of supplying from the point of view of volume, amount, cater to the demands. But I have remarked very much in my speeches and my work in general. I'd like to do it now this afternoon. I have done this along with the Ministry of Agriculture, which is here represented by its superintendent, Stella Romano. And all this team that is part, Stella's team, CONAB, National Supply Company. I have remarked very much that Brazil needs to place itself in the international scenario in an adequate manner. We have a large majority of producers who are really willing to make the Brazilian agriculture, and I'll remark family agriculture, they should be aware of the urgency of positioning itself in three dimensions, which are those which are object of this panel: the environmental dimension, the social dimension, and the dimension of the quality of its governance. And this acronym has been very much publicized but not much understood. So the ESG symbology in Portuguese is ASG. It is important for our producers to decode it, have it translated, because many of them, producers, already perform activities that gather the dimensions but are not aware of it. They have no idea that they are already capable of being certificated. And many times, because of that, they do not have access to credit mechanisms that could be, to a large extent, the bridge between the state where this production is and the future where it should be. So, Rosina, I propose in this legislature to create a platform that we presented through Bill of Law 4478 of 2020, which is here, the platform which proposes to create the CISASG, which is the ASG system. It is not a new certification. Actually, it is as if it were a big, huge marketplace of all possible certifications for the producer, for the agricultural industry. So regardless of your size, when we manage to implement with the support from the Ministry of Agriculture, with the support from Embrapa, which is addressing this matter, and then the Ministry, the Secretariat for Innovation, the moment the Brazilian government, the moment the third parties, the certifiers, and especially the producer, be him a small producer here represented, or a honey producer, for example, or a nega farmer, or a coffee farmer of vegetables, whatever the activity may be related to the foreign market or for exportation, the moment we manage at least to certify in each of these dimensions, we'll be able to have this producer, a farmer, understanding what is his role within this chain. So this platform not only will be a platform where the producer will be able to consult how to get certificated, how to have access to the domestic market by means of this certification, as well as being able to have access on the same platform to those who are looking for this farmer, be it for him to supply them or to fulfill the role of making technology reach him. And somehow the contact with governments and entities interested in this. So
Brazil is a country that indeed has continental dimensions, and if we fail to use a technological base to connect us in a true fashion with those who on a day-to-day basis devoted and who devote so much of their energy and of their link with the work, it will be impossible for them without the support with that which we see promoted here by Green Rio, which is this integration. It will be very hard, be it due to the lack of connectivity with which we are struggling in the Brazilian Congress. We have been devoting much effort to approve, after many years, a statute that allows allocation of the funds from a Brazilian fund, specially devoted to telecommunications, so that upon implementation of the 5G technology, we finally are able to move forward into rural connectivity. And we're not talking about connectivity devoted for a dreamland, about harvesters having GPS features. This, of course, is the purpose in the sense of it is important to modernize agriculture, but mainly the purpose here is to take connectivity to the point where small farmers, those who are the ones more devoted to protecting the environment, allowing them to in fact gain access to all of this. And so therefore, Alvaro, you know about our struggle in favor of these causes. I had the pleasure as agricultural secretary to make sure that these technical teams, that these professionals, that all these institutions, with the support of Embrapa and other agency and other local authorities, we did wonderful things. We implemented, along with the World Bank, a rural program which reached 58,000 properties, 58,000 families, which were addressed, recovering water springs, recovering native vegetation, thus making it possible for me to say that I am inspired and I will approve in the Brazilian Congress about a week ago. The lower house already referred to the upper house a bill that turns hydrographic basins into micro basins. This is going to become a law, and the rapporteur in the Congress will probably be Zequinha from the Northeast, who lives in the Amazon, and he knows that planning for Brazil no longer limits itself to counties and municipalities, because God created the world. He didn't create the world into municipalities. He divided municipalities into municipalities by dividing rivers. It is this basin that will be the basis for the planning to be conducted in our country, to put together social, environment, and governance criteria into these basins. I would like to say for rappers that what I really like, what is really nice about life is not having a nice vessel or ship or a nice yacht, but rather is to be able to stop even a small boat in a clean river, in a clean bay. That is really a luxury. That is really something else. For you to have the real values in life, to eat food that is not going to intoxicate you, neither you nor your families. Breathe an air that is not contaminated. That is a luxury. And the pandemics, in spite of all the horrors, what it did is it showed that life has this meaning, this very special meaning, a meaning that makes us look towards ourselves and reconsider the values that we're building together. That's why the ASG dimension is not just an acronym for financing and funding organisms. It should arise from within our activities, and this is what we are marrying in our bill. And I need your support, too, as in the example of the program of micro basins, just as the example of other good things that we did. We are able to carry this mission further. Thank you very much. Thank you, Congressman, which provided us with the honor of listening to his relevant words and the important relationship of connectivity with small producers and the insertion of Brazil with the ESG principles at international level, especially Rio Rural program, which we had the pleasure of introducing and referring to in previous occasions. And we can see that it can expand this experience to other parts of Brazil. Now, I'd like to continue by giving the floor to the representative to the Luxembourg Embassy. Felipe Denise came from Brasilia. He will talk about the experience of a small country, but has conducted enormous work, significant work in terms of green finance. It is a country that many Brazilians are engaging in business with. It is a growing country. It's a reference in the European Union. And so therefore, Luxembourg, I thank you for being with us today. I now give you the floor for you to continue with this. Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you for the invitation. I believe the values that we are addressing here are urgent values, are emergency values that have to be addressed. So the whole message that the fair intends to convey is not just about simple values. These are things that we have to cling to because they're connected to our very survival I represent the Ministry of Economic of the Great Duchess of Luxembourg in Brazil. Let's talk about Luxembourg in Brazil. Is not that simple, as was the case with my French colleague, because Luxembourg is not a country that is too well known by Brazilians. Even those who know the country have few references about the country. They don't really know what Luxembourg is. Maybe they know Vanderlei Luxembourg, which actually is the coach of the Brazilian team, totally unconnected to our country. But unlike other countries in West Europe, I'll begin to talk about who we are and where we are. But of course, if we talk about a country without knowing where we are, it's useless. As I said, we are a small Europe in Western Europe called the Great Duchess of Luxembourg. We are a monarchy. We don't have a great duchess. Our territory is half the federal district in Brazil, and our total population is 600,000 inhabitants. Luxembourg nowadays, as was said before, Brazil is the second country with a greater number of Luxembourg citizens in the world. 30,000 individuals in Brazil may apply for a Luxembourg passport. This connects Brazil much more to Luxembourg, much more than we would suspect, and another characteristics. In fact, two characteristics make Brazil and Luxembourg to be connected. Is the factor is the satellite economy. We're the largest satellite economy on planet Earth. This is natural for a fundless country. As we don't have funds, we have to invest elsewhere to attract income. But we have the greatest satellite economy in the world. We have 74 satellites. That means the 5G technology comes from satellites built in Luxembourg by Luxembourg-born scientists. But we are an international financial center. Many people think in Luxembourg and they think in finance. They think in banking and investment funds, which actually is true. We are, yes, an international financial center. We now wish to be the financial capital of the European Union, especially after Brexit. But we are not only about finance. We're very good at finance, but we're not only about finance. Luxembourg has a very advanced, a radically advanced vision, a pretty advanced vision. Our political culture and our economic culture always looks towards the horizon, what lies ahead. Nowadays, Luxembourg, we talked about green Luxembourg. Green finances are perhaps the greatest samples of our economy. All of it due to the fact that there are a number of issues out there. We have a view for development that is strictly long-term. At the beginning of the 20th century, we discovered one of the largest iron mines in the world. That's where Luxembourg became a reference in terms of metallurgy and steel mills. But the mines dried out in the 50s. Government started to begin so that in the 80s we would become a great financial center at international level. That was a 30-year view. And when the 80s arrived, we were already in an international financial center. At COP Rio that happened here in the 90s, there was a great challenging certain aspects, and several thoughts were brought about the concern with climatic problems, especially the increase in temperature and how this could affect the survival of mankind on the face of Earth. Scientists at the time discussed that we should avoid at least 1.4 degrees Celsius so that we would be able to prevent major catastrophes. And nowadays we know that it's pretty much to reach this goal. And we are not discussing not to arise higher than 2 degrees Celsius. With this concern as to the increase to 1.4 degrees Celsius, we were quite concerned. The question was, how can we stop this increase in temperature with the business model and the economic model that we have? How are states going to be able to step on the brake and change the business models that are present, particularly in business models that are followed by developing countries and that contribute to a very high emission of CO2 in the atmosphere? So how can we change this paradigm? How can we change this economic platform to prevent the increase of 1.2 degrees Celsius? Ever since we created the idea of green finances, sustainable finances, whatever the way you want to refer to them. And now going back to the previous slide, it was as of this concern when states realized that it would not be possible for only countries alone take the full responsibility to transform the planet. We should bring private enterprise into the game to change the platform and the paradigms. Green finances are essentially a form of us to capitalize projects that have at their core elements that are sustainable. Here you may see a brief excerpt or definition of what green finances are, but essentially what these things are the capacity to capitalize projects, green projects, and to show that it is possible to make money with these projects, with green projects. We want to prove we are living in a capitalism. I don't want to challenge this model, but the point of green finances is in the business model that we have, how can we refrain the temperature increase? How can we restrain temperature increase? How can we change the destiny and change the economic platform? Well, green finances are there for this, to say that yes, it is possible to make money with green finance. By protecting the environment, it is possible to make money with economic development platforms, with energy production and new agricultural making projects. And how does Luxembourg as a country, or how has the Luxembourg as a country become our reference? We are an international financial center. We have traditionally quite stable political and economic situation. We have changes at economic or tax level. We don't have these overnight. There is broad dialogue between the agents and business individuals and the government as regards what changes need to be done. We are one of the capitals of the European Union, where the European Investment Bank is headquartered. And this institution has a view that is eco-oriented and social-oriented for development of European Union member countries. And for several years now, our government is committed with the 17 goals established by the United Nations. Thus, the Great Duchess was the first country to create the stock exchange, the Green Stock Exchange. We already had a stock exchange, but we created a structure where all of these projects that have at their core a sustainable approach, they may be traded along with all the necessary infrastructure, with all the specialists at prompt availability, with all the legal framework to trade these green bonds. We created the first green exchange in the world. So bonds for all projects make it that all of them have a sustainability aspect to them, and this makes the logic of put and call of the green is affected by the rate of sustainability present. The more sustainable it is, the more valuable or less valuable your bonds will be. And so therefore nowadays we have the first green exchange in the world. There are others, but as pioneers of green finance, we have the largest exchange in the world. We're a tiny country, half the size of the Brazilian Federal District, with only 600,000 inhabitants. Well, transacts with half of all green titles traded in the world. They're all traded in Luxembourg. In addition to Luxembourg's green exchange, we created Lux Flag, because there's no point in negotiating a project if you are unable to typify the level of sustainability that the project has. And so therefore we have an institution called Lux Flag, whose purposes include telling the level of sustainability of your project. And also have the Fondation de Groupe Sandur, which is a foundation that already was geared towards drafting and designing and constructing or projects that are sustainable or philanthropic projects. And we created the first investors accelerator. We have ICFA, which is an institution in our Great Duchess that teaches, how may I put this, trains investors to negotiate and issue green bonds. So therefore we have and we support all investments in the green ever since the submission of the prospectus to the moment where you need the investors, until the moment where you need that capital to bring that investment to the surface. ICFA is there for that, to train investors, not only the investee, but also to teach investors to invest in sustainability. And so therefore I believe, to wrap my talk, for those who are interested nowadays, discussing sustainability in a frank and earnest manner, and in a capitalistic way, if you will, Luxembourg is perhaps the world mecca for all projects, all green projects, and for those who need capital, and for those who seek capital to push ahead green projects. Luxembourg is a good spot for that. And so therefore, as a representative of the embassy of the Great Duchness of Luxembourg, I make myself available for anyone who's interested in investing in green projects, anyone who wants to look for capital. And as representative of the Ministry of Economy of Luxembourg, I make myself available for projects or individuals that seek capital for profitable projects, or individuals who are interested in investing in sustainable projects. And my last line is, yes, it is possible to make money saving the planet. And our embassy and the Ministry of Economy of Luxembourg avail themselves for anyone who has interest. And as we say in Luxembourg, merci, monsieur. Thank you very much, Felipe. I believe you have provided us a very good picture of Luxembourg as a radically advanced country in terms of public policies devoted to the green, and an important partner for Brazil in this work. And the same question that I asked our French colleague, I'll ask you, so that next year we should conduct a green finance workshop, Brazil or Belgium and Luxembourg. I know that you have a partnership with Belgium. And now, for us not to delay the next panel given by ABB, I will call Ingo Milcher from ADS for him to help us, to allow us to, because we still have another panel that is very important and is very interesting, of ABBAI, where Thiago will open in continuity to our panel. Thank you very much, Ingo, for our invitation with the in-person public in different platforms. It is a quite different event.
Thank you very much. I would like to request that my presentation should be shown on the screen, and in the meantime, I'd like to greet, first of all, Bia and from Green Rio, and thank you very much for her invite to be here, and I'd like to also greet the other panelists. Ricardo, who has left already, Congressman Cristino, who was here, Felipe Diniz, and Lucia Guzmão. And her presentation was very interesting. Well, we're still waiting for my PowerPoint, my presentation to be shown. I'd like to introduce myself by saying my name is Ingo Messens. I'm Director, Agricultural Political Director, the Director for the Agricultural Political Dialogue between Brazil and Germany, APD. Can my presentation already be seen? Yes, we can see it already. Great. I'm learning new technology. So, may you shift to the next one, please. The agro-political dialogue is an instrument of the Ministry of Agriculture of Germany. And here we see flags of a few countries with which Germany is holding this dialogue. Curiously enough, the Brazilian flag is there. It comes first, even though we're only starting. But there are other countries, China, Kazakhstan, other countries. Well, we may move to the next one, the agro-political dialogue. It is important to remember that we'll have a new cabinet in Germany soon in Germany, and we're about to know who will be the Minister of Agriculture. I think this dialogue, evidently within this context, there are more opportunities for incentivizing dialogue and improving mutual communication. We are in the initial phase of this agricultural political dialogue between the two ministries, but it is important to remember that it is not only between one government and another. This also involves the agricultural business, the civil society, and science. So the scientific communities. So the basis for this dialogue is a memorandum of understanding between ministers, that is Cristina, and German Minister of Agriculture signed last year. And there is a series of players, which I have already mentioned, and what gathers them is precisely how we deal with the challenges for the agricultural policy. So these are our areas of work. First of all, sustainable value chains, and to the right you see a few of the players involved. And on December the 8th, in 2 weeks, we will present a study on soybean, and we will discuss with the president of ABIOF, president of ABAG, and other actors. We will discuss the future of soybean sustainability. The second area of work is would be innovative ways for providing rural credit, and we did do this along with the central bank, the Ministry of Agriculture, and a series of other players. And it is important to remark matters of regulation, but also payment instruments for environmental services, and certainly the formatting and regulation of carbon markets. Another highlight here in the second area of work is an event that we'll have on the 2nd of December along with the Central Bank. And the third area of work is bioeconomy. It is a very dear theme here at Green Rio. And I'd like to remark an event we already had in November, but would like to mention and even publicize a workshop promoted by to be promoted tomorrow on the 26th, mentioning our colleague was very much involved in bilateral projects. You may move to the next one, please. Well, almost concluding, I'd like to stress that we have learned what we have learned until this moment. We consider that the agricultural business sectors of different countries have different dynamics to them at this precise moment. We see now that agriculture in Germany is going to a process of de-intensification in order to reach a better level of sustainability. We noticed that Brazil is moving in another direction, in the direction of intensifying. And it is important to understand these dynamics, the different directions. That is important to understand, and we must respect both, as far as I see. So we notice that by understanding those two dynamics and what lies behind them, we have much to learn. Secondly, the Brazilian agriculture is much better than its reputation abroad. We have a series of misunderstandings and doubts. Obviously, it is not only a matter of reputation. There are challenges that must be dealt with, among which the deforestation issue. But we must acknowledge, not only here in Germany, but there are other players in Europe present in this panel. It is important for us to recognize that the applied research, the Embrapa's applied research is extremely successful. And there's a world reputation to it. And also the implementation, the rollout is quick here in Brazil. And I have much respect for this. And secondly, we notice that Brazil, when it defines a policy, and this was already mentioned before, Sibeli mentioned it, and she represents this quite well. We have to also recognize the high level of ambition in terms of contributing to, in terms of becoming an agricultural environmental power. And we want to understand Sorry, if you could conclude. Okay, sorry. I'm about to conclude that we understand that there is a global price for this mutual understanding, and we're here available to have a dialogue. Thank you very much. I apologize again for interrupting, but it's only for us to not have a delay regarding the next panel. Thank you very much for your statement, especially for promoting the Brazil-Germany workshop that will take place tomorrow. And you are all invited either virtually or in person. Thank you very much again for your participation here in Green Rio. And now I'd like to close the panel thanking all the participants and all the speakers. But I will already I'll close this panel, but already open the next panel by inviting Tiago Falda so can start the last panel on this day. He's from ABBI. Tiago will be the chair of this panel, and he came from São Paulo, and other participants will take part virtually. So the floor is yours, Thiago.
Sim. Primeiramente, vocês me escutam? Tá bom o som? Bom, primeiramente eu gostaria de agradecer.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Bia's invitation and now Bia Navarro's invitation to be here. Thank them for this partnership every year, at least for the past 3 years. And it is always a pleasure to meet with big names of bioeconomy and sit at with people who are so outstanding when it comes to bioeconomy. So I'd like to tell you a little about what IBBI is, the Brazilian Association for Bioinnovation, and I'd like you to show a slide as I left here for our associates. So the BBI is an association representing the companies that invest in biological and renewable resources, that invest in innovation applied to biological resources, renewable biological resources for the development of new products, processes, and new business models for the generation of economic, social development, and environmental benefits. We have companies that invest, be it from multinational to Brazilian companies and service renderers, innovation institutes, certifiers, and today the panel will be dedicated and we're discussing the initiatives for pricing carbon in Brazil. It is a post-COP26 event, and considering all the discussions that were taking place at that moment, especially now after the regulation of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, it is relevant to talk about the context, the connection between bioeconomy of carbon market and how the carbon market can stimulate the development of new products, of new processes, the adoption of products based on biology and renewability. And to talk about this, I invited three great experts on this topic which participate actively the ABI discussions at the BBI. They are representatives of our associations, and so I have the pleasure to moderate a panel with André Valente, the sustainability manager for Raíssen, our associate Angela Fay, who is a regional sustainability manager for Buenos Aires, and Fernando Veloso, who is senior lawyer of the environmental area of Matos Filho, and who provides the legal support. So I'd like to welcome our panelists and I don't know if people are seeing our panelists. Great, and I'd like to welcome and start our panel with a question to Fernando Veloso. Fernando is a great expert in the carbon pricing theme with experience in the international scenario and several initiatives. I'd like Fernando to start by showing us a global scenario of the carbon market and how Brazil is in this context.
Good afternoon, Thiago. Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this relevant topic with you for our country and for all the initiatives that are coming about that we have seen as regulated market. The main market that we have is the European regulated market with emissions. Capital trade, which means that there is a roof for companies to be able to exist. And within Europe, this has been regulated not long ago. We have rules in community law and regulations and guidelines as to mandatory compliance for all European Union state members. Ireland, Liechtenstein, and all the countries that comprise this organism. And with regard to the regulated markets, we have seen that the European market has ramped up quite well. This market nowadays has been operating on the high. We see that this week the prices of emissions that are traded in this hit the 75 euro roof. It's a historical record. And all of this has been attributable to the initiatives that the European Union has been implementing within the European Congress, and which is a plan that is quite ambitious with regard to reduction of emissions. They aim to reach a significant reduction, 50% of emissions for Europe until 2030, and to reach total neutrality by 2050, which means to say that Europe would be zero emissions, and this would result in zero emission. Nowadays we have the European Union leading climate-oriented issues. There are other initiatives on regulated markets being raised at a regional level. This is all under analysis in Brazil. We have a bill that has been submitted to Congress by Congressman Marcelo Ramos, was annexed to another bill which regulates carbon emission and is now in progress in the Brazilian Congress. We have been keeping an eye on it because it's a relevant initiative to create a new attraction and a safer regulatory environment that encourages the development of this market in Brazil. And the second slope or lane or slant, if you will, as the market itself says, it refers to markets that do not come from regulated environments. They just are born from good practices. They're made up of companies that follow a standard that is internationally certified. And you will, of course, choose the type of project, a methodology, and will adapt that project to that methodology and enroll this international classification system. And if you reach the scope of the project throughout the term, the project will be verified, certified, and you will get a carbon credit referring to the type of the project. And the voluntary market, what we have in Brazil, is a market that is quite active, led by certain institutions, and an institution called Internet Countries may conduct sustainable projects and with this reach zero emissions. And through these treaties and accords, we have a list of types geared to the types of cooperation. These are ITMOs, which are mechanisms for international transfer among countries or among companies and countries. So therefore, there may be bilateral or multilateral projects in effect or entered into for these projects. Switzerland signed a sixth accord to use this system geared toward the reduction of emissions, and we also have, through Article 3.4 of the Paris Accord, what has been called the Sustainable Development Mechanism that would substitute a mechanism that was already provided for by the Kyoto Agreement, which is the clean development. Brazil was a pioneer in clean development and in enrolling projects. The first project was Brazilian, and now we have this new possibility to also generate technology transfer for emission reduction through these mechanisms. Some rules have already been put in place, and they will be better drafted in the next edition of international conferences. And all of these projects and all of these markets, the main requirement common to all is that they be sustainable and search a new economy. So the new economy is at the core. And looking at bioeconomy, we will reinvent or readapt our operative systems. That will be the drive in the future. For this, we're talking about investments in the order of $100 billion per year. That's what was signed at COP. That development or developed countries should contribute with over $100 billion so that the zero emissions may develop in advance. Perfect, Fernanda. You addressed several important points on your talk. We have the regulatory framework by the Article number 6 after so many years. Brazil with the Bill 258 discussing actively at ABBI how we may take this to the plenary session in Congress. This project or this bill is already in its discussion stage, at least in the lower house. And this is a major opportunity for us to ensure that these products and technologies that are low in carbon, that many times have a higher cost, given the fact that the technological border there find out to gain competitiveness and therefore reach the market in a competitive manner. for consumers. And now, based on these informations and in this overview, I'm going to ask Angela and Andre, I'll begin with Angela, of course, to comment a little bit of the link between the companies that you represent. These are companies that invest in disruptive economies and in investment companies. Tell me about the link between the products of these companies that you represent with bioeconomy and particularly with the carbon market. I'll start with Angela and then I will give the floor to Andre. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you, although on a distance. My name is Angela Fay. I am a manager for sustainability for Latin America. Novozymes is a Danish multinational. We produce enzymes and microorganisms that are in basically everything that we use, from soap, detergent, food products such as bread, zero lactose milk, even the fuel that we put in our cars, whether they are ethanol or gasoline, biodiesel. And Tiago, the relationship between bioeconomy and the carbon market and in industries such as ours is quite close. As Fernanda pointed out, several international entities and reports indicate that one of the solutions for the climate problem worldwide is bioeconomy. The technology is based in biology, and we have tangible examples. The application, for example, of enzymes in some industrial processes make it possible to accelerate the process, cut down the consumption of energy. We have some enzymes that are used in fermentation processes that aid you in cut down the time for fermentation, and as a consequence, you diminish the consumption of energy that the fermentation tank would require. In other cases, for instance, we have enzymes that help substitute other products, chemical products that go into other products. For example, surfactants that we use in detergents to wash clothes. These are important items in the cleaning process, and that may, to a certain extent, substituted by biological components whose source is renewable. It brings, therefore, lesser impact for the environment. And when we talk about the carbon market, if we have a structure, an economic structure that allows companies to gain value from applying these assets in their processes, obviously this will be an encouragement for these industries, either continue using what they already have in the market or that they seek other entities to find other alternatives. But not only this, we encourage the change in industry, but the market also is already requiring other kind of attitude from business organizations. The carbon market brings a structure behind it that helps not only the development of new technologies, but also to enhance the existing technologies. And we see a major advantage for a global problem such as the climate change. As of the moment where we have several types of mechanisms that help us to help towards this goal, this is very positive. It is worth underscoring that the carbon market is not the only alternative. It is one tool. It is a strategy, a very important one, by the way. So important that it is now currently being discussed at global level, such as COP26. But it's not the only one. And that means that we have to continue working with much emphasis and attention towards the development of technologies and products and several other strategies that might contribute to our entering in a world that is less dependent on fossil fuels. I think this is the major change that all are calling for and looking for, be it from public authorities, be it from the private sector, or be it as consumers in our day-to-day attitude. I think, therefore, this is a series of fronts that we may act upon. Thank you, Angela. You mentioned a few examples, and I think it is important for us to recall some of the figures. The World Bank, by the way, in a recent survey demonstrated that over 60 initiatives for precifying carbon in the world have already been implemented or are at implementation stage. And Brazil has territorial and climate characteristics that I dare say are unique in the world and that allow that we be the leaders in this field. That I think that is quite rewarding to note by working directly in these discussions, if you are well aware how our day-to-day is at ABBI, to see that corporations and the business sector, the private sector, by and large supports, encourages also the creation of a regulated market in Brazil, which is the only way for folks to encourage the development of the carbon market. And considering these issues, the territoriality, the climate aspect, the sustainable aspect, I would like to continue the panel with André, who is the sustainability manager for Raisin, a company that has invested in the development of second-generation ethanol, a successful formula, and is now consolidated. André, I ask that you, therefore, discuss a little bit about Raisin and its connection with bioeconomy, the advanced bioeconomy, and the carbon market in Brazil. Andre. Perfect. Thank you, Thiago, for your introduction. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. Good afternoon to all of you. It's good to share what we have been doing and to exchange a few ideas with a topic that is a hot topic nowadays. Well, let me introduce myself. I am Valente. I am or have been at Raisin for 7 years, addressing sustainability issues. And it is quite evident how this subject matter changed to a different level, changed to a higher relevance as compared to other topics. And the fact that we started our sustainability a long time ago makes that the ideas that seemed crazy ideas way back, they are now plainly justifiable and are paying for themselves. For example, the investment of second-generation technology. And this positions us in a different position in terms of market and in terms of future prospect. Raisin is an energy company. It is a huge corporation, one of the largest in Brazil. We have a business turnover that involves processing sugarcane. That at a scale, we would be one of the main countries in the world in processing sugarcane. For you to have an idea of the company, we're a major player in terms of distribution, fuel distribution. And we are present in a major part in every Brazilian's life in several forms. And why is this subject matter so important? How do we connect with bioeconomy and the carbon? That's the core of our business, I say. Sugarcane is our main raw material where everything begins. And I don't know whether you have ever stopped to consider this. Sugarcane is actually a major renewable battery that when it grows, it removes carbon from the atmosphere, and through photosynthesis, it affixes this carbon in its structure. That's where our life begins. That's where that carbon that is stored within sugarcane, be it in the sugarcane itself, it's the one that we buy in the market. And the juice that contains, and the leftovers when we crush, and the straws that are left after harvesting, and the leaves that we don't use in conventional industrial processes to manufacture sugar and ethanol. This is the departing point for our bioeconomy journey. And we say that biomass is our oil. And anything that you can do out of oil, all of the routes, the production of any manure, if not all, most can be replicated based on biomass. And so therefore, and how does this connect with the carbon market? One of the main features of this biomass, sugarcane, is the fact that CO2 that is captured from the atmosphere. So whatever the use given, especially for energy production from sugarcane derivatives, you are within a closed cycle involving CO2. We issue what the leftover in terms of CO2 emissions is just a small fraction that is equivalent to my carbon footprint. And so this bioeconomy is at the core of what we do. What changes every year as time goes by is the hunger of the market for new solutions, and this is what we are devoting ourselves to. So much so that we no longer call our units industrial units as mills, because this is a view that we have to change in the market. A mill is something that existed decades ago, over 100 years ago in some cases, where you would process sugarcane to produce sugar and burn some biomass. Nowadays, bioenergy industrial hubs that have highly complex but using totally different raw materials that have a major productivity than we had in the past. You extract this raw material, sugar, ethanol in a first generation, steam from the leftovers, power we excess power we export exactly when there's little rain, where we have the drought season. And when we discuss, that's where we are at the peak of our harvest, generating clean energy. Second generation ethanol that we may discuss further a little bit down the road is such an innovative technology that we are able to produce more ethanol from the residue of sugarcane. Thanks to bio innovation, the leftover of sugarcane, we squeeze it a little further and remove 50% more ethanol without having to plant more. And what we do with sub products, you can go into as fertilizers, 99% circularity in the process, but this same product becomes biogas, will turn biomethane in the future. And when we look forward, the size of the portfolio of solutions, both at energy and at chemical level, is very large. And so therefore, our day-to-day is quite complex if we want to look forward for us to guess where we're going, because there are so many routes in terms of decarbonization that the same raw material may tread, that it's a good problem to be solved. But our day-to-day is basically to study alternatives and to see what kind of market has more difficulty in decarbonizing and changing its route for us to be the solution for. I work with Angela with this. It's a joint challenge for us. The more solutions we have, the more routes and products will we be able to substitute and decarbonize with sugarcane.
Excellent, Andrea. And you brought us the example of second generation ethanol. And there are several advantages. Well, a significant reduction by over 90% regarding CO2 emissions related to gasoline. The characteristic of Brazil itself regarding production, its history of sugarcane production. I think this second generation ethanol was made of residues, so you remove any kind of questioning regarding of the competition of fuel versus fuel. So you gave us excellent examples, and now I come back to something you mentioned. We mentioned the general scenario of the carbon market in the world, and we mentioned two pioneering companies which are in the avant-garde of advanced bioeconomy in the world. And I'll give the floor back to Fernando so we can talk a little bit about two provisions in the Paris Agreement which are essential for the development of bioeconomy. I'd like, Fernando, if you could share your experience regarding this Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which was so discussed and was finally regulated. Article 10 of the Paris Agreement, which is not very much mentioned and which I consider essential given that it recognizes the signing parties and signifies the role of technological innovation for decarbonization for the generation of a low-carbon economy. So if you could make this correlation between Article 6, Article 10, and the development of innovation in bioeconomy. Regarding that point, it is relevant, making a recap that we have basically two mechanisms. In 6.2, there was a cooperation mechanism called ISMU, and by means of this cooperation mechanism, countries can develop sustainable projects between countries or between companies. These ISMU is does not depend on future regulation. It is already being made operational, and the realm of the agreements already signed, we already see this bias. We identify that there is a connection between this institute and technological development. The first item signed, for example, was precisely for replacement of technology, replacing wood being used in furnaces. Coal was replaced by would incentivating a reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases in rural Peru. That was the first item signed. And the other ones, we also see that all of them have been relating to the development of energy projects, technology transference projects, um, so the projects incentivizing technological development in the host countries. So we're talking here about change of energy matrix. We're talking about replacement of fossil fuel by other fuels with lower environmental impact. We're talking about the possibility of capturing, sequestrating carbon, which is a technology that is being much observed and incentivized because we already know that within the best scientific strategy that has been supplied by the UN and the environment of the IPCC, we see that only uh, reducing emissions will not be enough for us not to reach our climate goal. So we already have observed that all that technological development, that the incorporation of new technologies, this has been fostered, and the more developed countries are also looking at this as a possibility of solving for their needs for reducing emissions. This is very much related, even though Article 6.2 has only been finished now at COP26. What we also see in regards to bioeconomy, the projects within the umbrella of this article, they have to have environmental safeguards. So besides promoting a reduction in emissions, it needs to be a project was socially adherent, providing wider environmental benefits, promoting regional development, the development of that location. So we see here that bioeconomy, as per André's speech and André's speech, we see that the projects we're dealing with in Brazil are excellence rated projects which fulfill those requirements, which adhere to the requirements of Article 6 of the Paris Protocol. So we see regional development. We see here in Brazil ever bigger incentive to regulation, qualified workforce. We must respect the environmental norms, and companies have adhered very much. We see that that has been a condition for companies to operate. So what I see is that in the Brazilian scenario, it is robust from the point of view of environmental legislation, and we have companies which are very much engaged trying to provide viability to this. So we have a big potential regarding the execution of these projects. And as for Article 10, Article 10 is really key. It is today we already identify that in Europe, for example, an amount of the resources generated by the European emission market will be destinated to an European innovation fund. So this need to encourage technological innovation, to encourage decarbonization technologies was already identified and regulated. It is foreseen, and it was already being implemented by countries. So all these contacts that we're discussing here is a context that has been identified as a scenario of opportunities for promoting the in order to reach those climate goals, and thus for changing this system, a system of ours of development towards a more sustainable development, which cannot be postponed any longer. So we make this reading from the point of view, from the legal point of view. Perfect. So what you bring is Article 6 allows, creates mechanisms for this international commercialization of credits. So Brazil, with all the potential for production of exceeding credits, can trade its credits with countries that for climate regions, territorial reasons, would not be in condition to fulfill their goals. And here, innovation, which is key to the development of advanced bioeconomy, which many times, most times, has quite an elevated cost, as any disruptive technology, then it can be funded by the generation of credits itself. So that is precisely what Article 10 says. And regarding this development of products, I make a provocation for André and Angela. So, André, first of all, André, the participation of the industry in Brazilian GDP from the 1980s to these days has dropped by more than 50%, almost 50%, leaving coming from 39% in 1985 and now reaching less than 20%. At the same time, bioeconomy, bioinnovation allows the generation of new products, new technologies, and the carbon market comes as something making it financially feasible for the development of these technologies. I'd like you to make, Andrea, considering the practical examples of your experience, what would be the connection you establish between the carbon market, so how the carbon market can really, in a practical manner, help in the development of new products, low carbon footprint products, even negative carbon footprint, and the development of bioeconomy. Great. So how many hours do we have? That is a marvelous topic. So we can have an event only on this precisely, but it is great because the carbon market accelerates the rush towards decarbonization. We already have a decarbonization, but throughout time, this will become quicker with more competition. And when many people want the same thing, the price of this thing rises, and the carbon market adds another value, which is the fact that it is mandatory. So if you have a house in the country and you want to put a fence, you might think it is important for your safety. But if you have a legal obligation to put the fence, it will have a higher price. Decarbonization, the same. You have volunteer markets and regulated markets. So when the regulated carbon market becomes attractive to public or private entities, the value noticed by those technologies, those new production routes, new ways to work as a company starts to rise, and the companies make the analysis on return to investment. You will always make a prioritization on how to allocate your capital. A few solutions. It is not there that they're not known. They're unfeasible. However, with this price of carbon up there, and that is what the market does, the carbon market monetizes prices carbon, and with an environmental characteristics. And as you monetize this, the the other technology becomes feasible. The other one becomes feasible because you start to recognize those traits. So innovation is world that naturally will open itself ever more. I already noticed this. We are already discussing if the carbon I have in my biomass that I burn to generate steam, exceeding steam, if more noble use of this renewable carbon would be to be flared. Could I use it to for something else? Could it be renewable? And helping the steel industry to open a new production front and to store this carbon. We might be speaking about other forms of CCS via bio-innovation, other production routes where I replace fossil fuel products for renewable products. So the carbon market is crucial because what would unlock these technologies would be precisely the acknowledgement of this environmental advantage of reducing emissions. And the second generation ethanol is precisely that. Any new technology is hard to come to a ramp up. We are the only plant in the world capable of producing it at a commercial scale. A fair amount of this feasibility is because there are markets paying a high price. We already announced that we already have a significant volume of years of production of the second plant already agreed in advance because the demand increase and the recognition of this trait is ever stronger. So we have an important work to be done, which is to help the formulators of public policies, as this is not volunteer. And we have a strong work in this to do from now on, which is to show logically why a route or another is so important for decarbonization. Once we prove this and the public mechanisms appear to encourage this, and technologies such as 2G, which would seem mad 6 years ago, now they're already reality, and we're starting to look to several others. So I think it has to do with a connection. The carbon market will make tangible a value that before would be vague. Perfect, Andrea. Excellent. And I will pass the floor now to Angela for her to tell us a little, according to her view, well, how do you see the carbon market as something making feasible technologies, low carbon technologies, new products, new processes? Well, Tiago, all of you who are listening to us, when I was hearing Andrea and Fernanda speak and the other conversations we had, well, the carbon market, it is a strategy, it is an alternative to provide freedom. Today, we, as consumers, I want to mention the industrial universe. Today, we are hostages of fossil economy, except for a few alternatives. In Brazil today, we managed to supply our cars with 100% ethanol. If I want to have access to clean fuel, I can do that. But that is not an alternative every country has. So in several cases, the consumer has no freedom to choose. And when he has, this is a costful freedom. We see in certain cases biological origin products with a smaller carbon footprint being more expensive because the industry needs to pass this price forward. And we live in a world where not everyone is in condition to pay a price. So the carbon market comes as one of the alternatives, one of the strategies that may provide more uh, oxygen to the industry without having to charge this from the consumer market and trickling down as a cascade. We provide an option, we provide discussion, and we bring other possibilities put other possibilities on the table. So we have already seen this is not new. We're not reinventing the wheel. Everybody can use wear a LED bulb because before it was not possible. So why instead of having products which are of fossil origin, why wouldn't I have a biological origin product in every household? So I see the carbon market as a carbon credit market as an alternative for freedom. Where this market is operating, we see tangible investment in new technologies, and we see investment in new jobs and jobs. Scientific jobs. We see the development of industries, and we see, in practical terms, what we mention in a global level, which is just transition, just labor transitions, leave certain businesses which are based on fossil fuels, which expose people to move this to other kind of production. And I see the carbon market as an alternative for providing more freedom, be it to the industry or to the consumer. And I hope we reach the bold levels that we're striving for, because we have industries which are prepared for that. We have answers for many things, but we need an environment that may provide that may allow us to make all this feasible, these alternatives. This is something we should pay attention to.
Perfect, Angela. Well, we're now reaching the end of our panel. As I commented earlier, we could discuss this for hours and make several panels, and we would still be far from exhausting the subject matter. And as you like challenges, I will put a challenge for each and every one of you, particularly the panelists, I mean, to do the wrap-up in a couple of minutes for us not to blast our time limits, for us to make a correlation and hence the challenge. How can the results at COP26 may be applied? How do you see these results from COP26 in developing bioeconomy in Brazil, having as a basis that we are just about to wrap up a couple of minutes in a very summarized manner? It truly is a challenge because it's a quite lengthy subject matter. I'll start with Fernanda. Well, Thiago, from the legal standpoint, which is my field of work, what we see is that COP26 created an international environment to reposition this as a priority order of business. The more we get to COP events, the subject matter becomes more relevant. And what did we see in COP26? We saw that the Brazilian government took some action. We undertook certain commitments. We have quite robust goals in terms of emission reductions. We do, however, in concrete, a commitment to cut down on deforestation up to 2028, climate neutrality until 2050, and 50% cut on emissions until 2030. All of this will have a number of consequences at practical level, which are to make that these rules are internalized in Brazil, because now we have an international commitment to deliver our nationally determined contribution, which is the result of our carbon balance, and that these results should be presented. And so therefore we will be watchful of the market. We trust also that the credits of the carbon market, that the bill of the carbon market will pass Congress. It will bring more transparency and a more robust environment that will encourage international investment, that will facilitate receipt and application of sustainable resources in Brazil. And once again, bringing, of course, bioeconomy to to the forefront of our system. It is essential, it is needed. We have the Amazon biome that needs to be reviewed. The economic development of that region has to be addressed, and so we understand that bioeconomy has this potential of rescuing and promoting all these changes that we need. Perfect. I now give the floor for a wrap-up, André, and then thereafter Angela, and we will wrap up our panel. Well, what do I think? Well, the decisions issued at COP increased the pressure for decarbonization. And of course, the life cycle from cradle to grave, this initiative, if you displace a fossil asset, there will be a tension that is ever greater in the market. And so therefore Brazil got a better image from the COP. It's much better than the image it had when it went in it. This is very good for international business. Many routes are geared towards the international market. So if this context of negotiation is in place and provides a good reputation and image, this is good. And we managed to secure this image at COP, especially because of the posture in terms of negotiation that we had. That was very positive. There's another issue in the next copy. There is a trend towards improvement and enhancing countries' NDCs. They will become much more tactical. They will unfold into concrete action. There is a legal challenge. Now it's the time to support the Brazilian government in constructing the policies that will take us to the next century and to the next measures. But the path that needs to be treaded, it's not very clear. Once this becomes practical action, this will start to make sense, and this will take us, as I see it, to another sub-challenge, which is that decision-making have a technical basis. The discussion around, and you see this quite clearly in COP and in any forum that you participate, the discussion of the paths towards decarbonization, they have to be less emotionally charged and more rational charged. Everybody thinks that there is a silver bullet that will take us to net zero in 2050, and that's not what it is about. We need clear studies, technical discussions that are solid. I always replace Ryzen in this discussion because without the private sector helping, we will not be able to cover up with this 10-year lag. And I think that the path may not be the best in terms of emission reduction. Therefore, this discussion has to be taken to another level in terms of comparability of solutions of this life cycle that has to be robust. Bioeconomy has a very important role when we look at the life cycle of products, and the potential that we have for the future is quite large when we talk about this type of subject matter. Many things that make things move is biotechnology. Things that decarbonize X today will decarbonize X minus 1 in the future. So we have to raise the level of the discussion. This is the main challenge that we have. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andre. Angela, your final considerations, please. Thiago, an event as important as COP26, I believe, brings two major assets: movement and learning. One, because it moves everybody, the whole world, the governments, industry, civil society. It creates the need for discussion. And second, because it allows that all of these stakeholders speak for themselves. It's not only one single unit defining how to resolve a problem that is so complex. As Andrea stated, there is no silver bullet. Sometimes we want to look for a single solution. We are good in biofuels, but we may learn with other countries. I see this as a major factor, a good point for an event such as COP. And we saw and we moved for this. We have indices. Industries had to prepare themselves to bring about consistent messages. We took a lot of homework home. More sure than ever that the problem needs to be tackled. Urgent action needs to be taken, such as the development of the market for carbon. And we have in our hands the tools needed to put pressure on stakeholders and that they give the priority and importance as the subject matter it deserves. And I agree with Jago ever more within a rational and scientific basis. And well structured, of course, so that we may take the proper decisions that cut the advance of climate change. Excellent, Angela. Once again, I thank the attendance and the participation of our associate Fernanda Veloso, Matos Filho, Angela Fay from Novozymes, and Andre Valente from Raisin. It's been a pleasure talking with you and working with you and helping in building this low-carbon economy in Brazil. And I thank once again Bia Alvaro and all at Green Grill for the opportunity and our pertinent partnership. Thank you very much. May all have a nice end of the afternoon.